Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk.
Aloha and good morning. Today's invocation will be delivered by Representative Val Okimoto. Will the members who wish to participate please rise?
You can stay seated, thank you. I was gently reminded that the last time I actually said it was my last time, and thank you, Rep. Holt, for reminding me that I'm indulging on you again. Today will officially be my last invocation on the House floor. And so as I thought about what I wanted to share with you today, I thought about the journey that I took from 2018 till now, and how when I started out this journey, the intent of my running for office was really to be a servant leader. So I'd like to just share with you some quick thoughts with you on my view of servant leadership, and then invite you in a word of prayer. I like to, again, find quotes from those who are wiser than myself, because I think that they speak so eloquently. So if you could just join me. Martin Luther King Jr. shared, "Everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace, a soul generated by love." Dieter F. Uchtdorf stated, "God's greatest reward goes to those who serve without expectation of reward. It goes to those who serve without fanfare. It goes to those who quietly go about seeking ways to help others, those who minister to others simply because they love God and God's children." And finally, Molly Marty shared, "A noble leader answers not to the trumpet calls of self-promotion, but to the hushed whispers of necessity." I believe that we all came here, we started at different times in our journeys, but we all came here with a sincere intent to be true servant leaders. And I really believe, and I follow our perfect example of what a servant leader is, and that's by following the life of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He really has shown us what a true servant leader is. And I would like to encourage all of us to remember why we came here as servant leaders, and that, for me, is to elevate those around us rather than ourselves. And if you could just join me in a quick word of prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for this beautiful day that we've been blessed with, and thankful for the lives that we're fortunate to live. We're grateful for this wonderful land that we're able to live in that allows us the freedoms that we hold. We're grateful to be members of this body here, this chamber, in the House of Representatives in the state of Hawaii, and thank Thee for the opportunities that we have been blessed with individually to serve in our communities. And we pray at this time that as we come to an adjournment to our session this week, that we will remember why we've been called in our capacities. Please help us to serve those who have entrusted their votes with us, and bless us that as we go out each day, we will remember the true spirit of aloha and the reasons why we are here. And we say this in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Aquino, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Bronco, Ms. Clark, Ms. Costales, Ms. Eli, Mr. Ganadin, Mr. Gates, Ms. Har, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Hashimoto, Mr. Holt, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Iligan, Mr. Johansson, Ms. Capella, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Bertrand Kobayashi, Mr. Dale Kobayashi, Mr. Kong, Mr. Lopresti, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Luke, Ms. Martin, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. McDermott, Mr. McKelvey, Ms. Morikawa, Ms. Nakamura, Mr. Nakashima, Mr. Nishimoto, Mr. Ono, Ms. Okimoto, Mr. Onishi, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Quinlan, Mr. Saiki, Mr. Sayama, Mr. Takayama, Mr. Takumi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Mr. Todd, Mr. Tokioka, Mr. Ward, Ms. Wildberger, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamane, Mr. Yamashita, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, all 51 members are present.
Thank you very much. Reading of the journal, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, may this matter be deferred.
So ordered. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
Mr. Speaker, there are none.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of communications returning the noted House concurrent resolutions, all having been adopted in the Senate. We are in further receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has made changes to conferees to the noted Senate bill.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any introductions? Representative Yamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor today to introduce two people in the gallery, Dr. Cynthia Goto and Pedro Hara from the American Lung Association. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you for being here. Just want members to know we worked very closely the last 2 years on working on a lot of respiratory issues, so thank you. And Speaker, can I have their names entered into the journal?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further introductions? Yes, Representative Martin.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce my staff this morning. Stephanie Duarte Welland has joined us for session. If you could please rise, and has worked with a lot of professionalism and good humor. And I also want to introduce my office manager, Jennifer Barra, who has served for 8 years with Senator Thielen, the people of my district, and then since I was elected with me, and has always taken great pleasure in navigating very challenging constituent concerns. And we really appreciate that, and we bid her a fond farewell as she sadly leaves us to go work in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further introductions, members? It's Representative Ganaden, followed by Representative McDermott.
Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to introduce my staff, the people who put up with me. My office manager, Kelly Dinwiddie Kala, staffers Imari Olipani, Sophia Salas, and Abby Evans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative McDermott.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce Eva Beach constituent, former MMA warrior, Nico Vitale. Nico, please rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ward, followed by Representative Holt.
Mr. Speaker, I have two introductions. First, a super mom from East Honolulu whose children are in Kaiser High School. And she, if you want to know anything about vaping, she knows it and why it's so bad. But she is Kinsey Textera. Kinsey, please rise and be welcomed. Thank you. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's the daughter of Keikoa Ka'apu here. This is Carol Ka'apu, who's been in HMIR and whose father is a legacy for the Hawaiian community. Carol, welcome, and thank you for working for HMIR.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, we have joining us the CEO of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Sylvia Hussey. Can you please rise to be recognized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Nakamura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, we have the gang from AARP. We have Carol Wakayama, Barbara Service, Audrey Suga Nakagawa, and James Eni. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to see so many of champions of the people in the gallery today. And I wanted to particularly welcome Osa Tui, President of HSTA. Osa, if you could please stand. Mitzi Higa, Government Relations Specialist for HSTA. Paula Adams, member of the Keiki Caucus and Hawaii After School Alliance champion. And Kat Brady. So if you could please stand as well, Kat. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to your house.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery, we have incredible working families advocates from both Appleseed and from Living Wage Hawaii. We have Gavin Thornton, please rise, Will Carone, and Nate Hicks.
Thank you, Representative. Further introductions, members? Further introductions? Yes, Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, if we could also have a late introduction for Kaeli Lopez, Executive Director of AARP, who just joined us.
Just joined us.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Representative Belatti. Further, yes, Representative Har.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see somebody in the gallery, and he seems to be hiding himself under his tablet, but that is a friend of ours from quite some time back, Mr. Bob Toyofuku. Bob, please stand to be recognized by your House of Representatives.
Thanks, Representative. Any further introductions, members? Yes, Representative Caruso.
Sorry about the second time, but I did want to point out that Christy McPherson from Faith Action has just joined us, so if you could please rise and be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any further introductions? If not, members, we're on item number 5, unfinished business. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House and Senate bills for final reading by consent calendar.
Thank you very much. Representative Matsumoto.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Members, this will be by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to adopt, Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 209-22 as listed on page 1, and that House Bill number 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1, as amended, pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Members, discussion on the budget bill. House Bill 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1. Discussion. Representative Luke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in favor of House Bill 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1.
Please proceed in support.
Thank you. This budget includes $8.7 billion in general funds and $16.9 billion in all means of financing. It also includes around $6 billion in capital improvement project. Let me first begin by thanking my staff. It's not only that they work hard, their attention to details and in-depth knowledge assists me in producing a good work product on behalf of you and the House. I'm grateful to each and every one of them, and I would not be able to do what I do without them. And although they did not want to come down because they wanted to hide in their offices because that's how they are, can we just give them a round of applause? And one special individual is actually in the media room. That's Nan Kalupahana, if you could stand. He's here, so I don't screw up on the numbers. But that's how they are. You know, they make sure that we do the best work and we present the best case for the state of Hawaii. And I think all of us, we have staff members and staff members here, and we don't thank them enough. So thank you on behalf of the House. I'd like to thank all the committee chairs, and if all the committee chairs could stand up. Thank you to all the committee chairs for all that you have done. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna look at the ones who gave me the hardest time so I won't get mad, or I won't get sad. So let me, if I look at you directly, you know who you are. Let me see, I'm gonna look at some of you guys and go, oh, good God, you know, for the last several days, it's been so hard. But I value every single one of you and all the work that you have done, and especially the finance members, thank you very much. So if we could give these folks a round of applause. Okay, you can sit down because it wasn't all about you. And if I could just recognize all the finance members, they went through a lot the last 2 years and this year, and it was a roller coaster, and if all the finance members could stand. And these members were there when the state needed them. These members were there when we had $3 billion deficit, spending long hours, weekends with me to craft the very hard last 2-3 years. But what a great day it is today. I want to thank Chair De La Cruz and his staff for the long hours they spent in crafting this budget with us. So if we could give the Senate chairs and Chair De La Cruz and his staff as well. And I specifically want to point out and specifically want to acknowledge GIA Sub-Chair, if you could stand. And remain standing. And in spite of his peculiar taste in his dressing and outfit, and the fact that we have gotten so much education in our how to dress and how not to dress and how to act. It's a wonder that he can read the hundreds and hundreds of applications while he takes his sweet time picking out the exact matching ties and exact matching flowers sometimes and the ascot. So it's a wonder.
Representative, will you yield your time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
It's, I'm amazed that he went through 300 plus applications this year. But I think one of the things we appreciated the most was how fair he was, and he took care of the needs of the entire state in looking at all the many applications that came in. What was telling about the applications this year was that many of the long-standing applications that have never come in for GIA have come in this year. That told us how hard it was for some of these organizations to make it through the last 2 years. And I think that put even more pressure on the GIA sub-chair. And so thank you very much, and he deserves a round of applause. And of course, I want to thank the vice chair, and if he could stand. I didn't even say anything yet. What if it was going to be bad? But thank you for his work in passing the CIP budget that provides needed infrastructure for the entire state. But, more specifically, he was my rock and he was my guide throughout the whole process. So I really want to thank him. Governor John Waihee was recently quoted as saying, this session was a banner year for Native Hawaiians. What he actually said was not just a banner year, $1 billion year. And I think that deserved a great round of applause. Tyler Gomes, Deputy Director of DHHL, was very skeptical and was also quoted as saying he was getting ready for a big letdown when we announced in the beginning of the year that we will commit $600 million. But he was supremely happy with the commitment made at the beginning of session and that the legislature and this body stuck with it till the end. And we are here today, and we did that. When given the opportunity due to increased revenues, we provided the largest total appropriation in the history of our state for the benefit of Native Hawaiians. I think, each and every one of you folks deserve all the credit and for all the things that you have done for the community. So if you could just stand and just raise your hand and just say, hey, you know, we did it. So just stand up. Yeah, stand up, everybody. We appropriated $600 million for DHHL to develop lots, purchase lands, and provide down payment and rent subsidies for individuals on the wait list. We could have stopped there because $600 million commitment is a huge single-year appropriation. But we didn't stop at $600 million, did we, Mr. Speaker? Towards the end of session, through the leadership of the Speaker of the House, the state came to a resolution in the Kalima case, which only resulted because of the increased revenues and having discussion with the Attorney General's office to nudge the settlement. It resulted in a $328 million settlement, which we have been unable to resolve for decades. And now we are able to at least look some of these people, the plaintiffs who have been waiting on the wait list for decades, to say we were able to reach a settlement so that we can try to move forward on many of the people on the wait list.
Representative Onishi, would you yield your time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
So with the $600 million to DHHL, $328 million to settle Kalima, we could have stopped there, but we didn't. And if Sylvia Hussey could stand up. For about a decade, the pro rata share of the ceded land revenues to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs remained at $15.1 million. As no real discussion occurred about ceded lands revenues, this legislature made a decision to reset the amount at $21.5 million, not just prospectively, but retroactively, resulting in a one-time payment to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs in the amount of $64 million. And the reason why I wanted to recognize Sylvia Hussey is because this didn't just happen overnight. We could have easily said, hey, you know, the administration and Office of Hawaiian Affairs have not negotiated, but we're just gonna nudge them to negotiate, do a working group, and then see if they come out with some resolution in the future. But we didn't do that. It took hours and days of negotiation with Office of Hawaiian Affairs, with Sylvia and Chair Hulu and others, talking about, okay, what is something that is equitable and fair at this very moment when we have the revenues, because next year we may not be in the same position again. So we wanted to thank you and Chair Hulu for being available and having a discussion with us to arrive at this decision today. But again, that wasn't all. We also provided $10 million for homestead services and $20 million for DHHL lot development. Additionally, to support the perpetuation of culture and history, thanks to the work of the Culture and the Arts Chair, we provided $17.5 million to Bishop Museum, $2 million for ongoing support to Iolani Palace, $500,000 for Kaho'olawe Island Reserve, and permanent funding for Ahamoku Council. And I think Mailani Cipher is walking around, and she may visit you folks because she is so thankful for the commitment of this legislature to make Ahamoku Council ongoing funding permanent. For the last several years, we have been discussing how to help the Alice families, and that was a reminder our labor chair constantly reminded us. AUW report found that some of the largest cost drivers for the Alice population were taxes, housing, and childcare. by making EITC permanent, and stand up, Gavin, you know I was pointing at you, and Christy. Yeah. Remain standing, don't be shy. Go ahead, remain standing. By your consistent message and advocacy to making EITC permanent, we, in addition to making EITC permanent and the 300 tax rebate, your efforts and the efforts of the State House and the legislature, a family of 4 this year could potentially have $1,600 of tax rebates. And thank you for your constant advocacy and your support throughout the many years. Thank you. As for housing, thanks to the efforts of the housing chair, this legislature is appropriating $300 million to build rental housing. That will be in another bill. And $23 million for a $500 per month housing subsidy.
Representative Tarnas, will you yield your time?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
And $5 million for a home ownership program. In addition to the $600 million in DHHL, this amounts to $1 billion worth of government programs that will build rental housing and home ownership for the very needed population within our state. Thank you. For early learning expenses, we have been told that half the 3- and 4-year-olds don't have preschool access. That is about 20,000 kids out there who don't have the ability to able to go to preschool and other other childcare areas. That is why this legislature has appropriated $200 million to build more preschool in another year. That will amount to about 150 classrooms, equivalent to about over 2,000 additional seats. That is not going to cut that will not take care of all 3- and 4-year-olds, but it's a huge step forward and a commitment that we made 2 years ago. And thank you very much for the legislature and the Senate, especially for agreeing to the $200 million to build more preschools. No. And this year, we're also providing $6.9 million for preschool open doors and provide Hawaiian medium preschool pathways. In addition to caring for our ALICE population, this legislature helped our most vulnerable population. For the first time since 2009, we will once again provide adult dental services for the Medicaid population. Thank you to the efforts of many of you, because this has been a priority for many of you, especially on Kauai, especially on many of the rural areas that needed adult dental for our Medicaid population. So thank you very much. We're also expanding postpartum coverage from 2 months to 12 months, and this has been a priority for the Women's Caucus members. And if I could recognize the Women's Caucus sisters, stand up, Women's Caucus sisters. This bipartisan group of women legislators have not only fought for postpartum coverage, they have fought for Title IX, they have fought for sex trafficking victim support, sex assault victims, and many others. And they work behind the scenes many times quietly to nudge many of the important bills that help the state of Hawaii. So thank you very much to my sister legislators. Yeah. This also provides more money for kupuna care, and we will ensure that no girl will ever be without a menstrual product at school by appropriating $2 million into this budget. A special recognition goes out to the Ma'i movement, and especially Sarah Millie Laughlin with HSTA, who have been a strong advocate, and she has brought 30 Ilima Middle School and engaged middle school students to come and testify in front of many of the hearings. And to see students being engaged in that manner, it just gives us a lot of hope and inspiration for our future generation. So thank you. One of the things that the legislature and the media and others have really not talked about, but it's a true sleeper this year, and I want to talk about sex trafficking victim support. This budget not only creates a new sex trafficking abatement office within the within the Attorney General's office, but we're also funding victim witness support services and $400,000 for an emergency shelter for sex trafficking victims. And this...
Representative Nakashima, will you yield your time?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
This has been an ongoing and painful discussion, but we are happy to report that we're not only creating a new office to tackle this real problem, but also support an emergency shelter. And I want to recognize the representative from Nanakuli and representative from that Ka'u, or whatever that, the new area that you have because of reapportionment. I can't even describe it, but you know who you are. So thank you for your efforts. Of course, this budget, we also provided significant funding to support our teachers and schools, and thank you, HSTA, for continued patience. This budget provides not only money for differentials, but it also provides repricing methods and other cost items to deal with long-awaited compression issues. So we just wanted to thank the teachers for their work, especially during the pandemic. It also provides protection to natural resources, and thank you to both the EEP chair and the Waterland chair for your continued fight in making sure our natural resources are protected, helped our agriculture industry. Thank you to Ag Chair and many others, especially the representatives from Hilo have really fought hard for ag concerns. So I think the assistance for ag industry was huge this year. It also appropriated monies for safety net programs and many other notable things, which at this point I won't go through because it's already 21 minutes I have spoken. But I am humbled and grateful that I had the opportunity to finish my last budget with this budget and all the significant bills we will be passing today. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Ward.
Speaker, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I stand in strong support of the budget.
Strong support, please proceed.
Particularly with the enthusiasm and the details she gave about the Hawaiian community. I want to just do a footnote and supplement that. Yesterday I met with Leona Kalima in the hospital. She sends greetings to everyone. She is delighted but also frustrated because she learned about this speaker in the newspaper. No one consulted her. She was just wondering, why would others being that it was her case in 1999, 23 years ago, that this all started. And with that, it's where 328 million is good, even though I think it's like 9,000 have died. I'm sorry, just about 9,000, 900 have died on the 2,700 list. So what we have left is with 1/3 left to the attorneys and then 1/3 left, or about 121,000 for each plaintiff, depending on how long they've been on the list. Given the median price of housing is 1.1 million, maybe 121,000 can get you a parking stall. The point is this: we've done well. We should celebrate, and this is the most applause I've ever heard in a budget speech. But, Mr. Speaker, we have just begun really to do what for 100 years, if you remember when Prince Gohio in 1921 said, we are going to put a house, a pasture, or an ag lot for the Hawaiian community. Now with 28,000 on the wait list, we've come a long way. Yes, this is a banner year, but I would say whoever comes into the chair of finance with the same spirit, then we will accomplish what we have intended to do for at least 100 years. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I hope we do not get weary in our well-doing for the people of Hawaii. And for Leona Kalima, who loves her people, we should give her a round of applause for Leona Kalima and what she has done. Can we do that, colleagues? For Leona Kalima, let's hear it for her. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Strong support, please proceed.
And very brief comments, Mr. Speaker. 16 years ago, as a freshman legislator, I was told the most important bill that we could pass that is an expression of our values, our priorities, is the state budget bill. So on behalf of this House and on behalf of this majority, if I could thank the person who has steered us through a difficult water pathway and provided us with what I think is some of the best expressions of the very best values of the state of Hawaii. If we can give a round of applause to the Chair of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on the budget bill, members? Yes, Representative Nakamura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
In support, please proceed.
I too would like to thank the Finance Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for producing this budget that reflects our values, our core values. And embedded in the budget, as Finance Chair mentioned, is the adult dental care for adults on Medicaid. So the children were covered, but the adults were not. So this resulted in a lot of emergency visits to the ER because preventive dental care could not be given and paid for. So this bill goes beyond the basic request, which was to restore the dental benefits. This adds additional benefits. It's the option number 2 that our advocates had asked for, and this will go a long way to reducing overall costs of dental services to our adults. So thank you, Chair. And also would like to mention that embedded in the budget also is the lifting of the cap for our parks, Division of Parks within DLNR. And this is so critical because as we talk about destination management, this cannot happen unless we invest in our beautiful parks that attract the visitors to Hawaii and are used by so many of our own residents. I think during the pandemic, everyone discovered the outdoors, the hiking, our beach parks, and the lifting of the cap gives DLNR the ability to improve our trails, to improve our restrooms, to put in parking reservation systems, bring in interpretive signage and rangers. So all of these great things that will make Hawaii an even better place to visit for our visitors and for our residents to enjoy. So mahalo to our outgoing finance chair for the incredible work on this budget.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Yamashita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In support.
In support, please
Yeah,
proceed.
I wasn't going to insert comments, but maybe I'll just say a few words. First of all, I'd like to thank the chair. This year, people looked at me and they said, "You look very tired." And I wasn't tired. I was just, when your hard drive is full and it's just a lot to take. And, I sat on finance for 14 years, and I must say that I appreciate, and of that 14, 10 was it with this chair. And I appreciate this last year because it was, she exposed me to almost everything possible that finance goes through, and I really, really appreciate that. And it was just like, getting so much information so fast and everything like that. And, and this year was a very, very special year as far as finance goes. It was a record number in many ways, $6.28 billion in CIP. Of that, it's highly unusual, but, we had $375 million in A funds, which is really, really unusual. And so, complicated by the MOE, just made it very, very, very difficult, but I appreciate all of that. And usually, I would talk about all these great things, and there were a lot of great things in the budget, but this is the first time the operating budget just will outshine the CIP budget by far. And that was and a lot of great things in there. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish by inserting most of my comments, and that'll be the detail of what I believe are highlights in the CIP budget. But I just wanted to stand to just personally thank her for all the years and all the mentoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Comments of the journal is ordered. Yes, Representative Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
In support, please proceed.
As a first-year freshman lawmaker here, and being, sitting on the Finance Committee is very daunting, especially knowing that we'll be handling the state budget. So I believe I speak on behalf of my entire freshman class that all sat on finance when I say that, I want to thank the chair of finance for guiding us, for teaching us, and for allowing us this wonderful opportunity to learn. And, the things that we're going to carry moving forward is going to help us become better lawmakers to represent the values of Hawaii. So I want to thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, further discussion on the budget bill? If not, members, Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measure before us, all majority members vote aye.
Thank you very much. Representative Matsumoto for your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Members, have all votes been cast? Appearing that all votes have been cast, House Bill 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1 passes final reading. Thank you, members. Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Recess.
Majority members caucus in the caucus room.
Members of the House, please be seated.
Will the House come to order? We're on Part 2, Ordinary Calendar, Item 5B. We'll be taking a number of items out of order. Members, please turn to page 44 and refer to CCR number 102, Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 102-22 as listed on page 44 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Floor amendment to be offered, Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Please proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 3 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Luke.
In support of this floor amendment, we are trying to correct 3 sections. The appropriation amount needed to be $1.5 million as opposed to the $500,000. The second part is to allow emergency approved FDA test kits to also be used by Department of Health for test kits and antigen tests. The third section is to, the third section is to meet the constitutional mandate when we exceed the expenditure ceiling.
Thank you, Representative
Thank you
Luke.
very much.
Thank you. Further discussion on the floor amendment. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in strong, strong, strong support.
Strong support. Please
Why
proceed.
would I say strong 3 times? Because on this floor, I've spoken so many times about Patrick Sullivan and the Oceanit spit in a cup, which is now stick it in the nose. He's shifted, but he's got FDA approval. And I love what is in Section 8, because Section 8 says, hey, we want to get a local procurement of an antigen test, a rapid test. Mr. Speaker, I hope that means Oceanit. I hope it means Patrick Sullivan, because we're right on the precipice of having a new pharmaceutical industry. He has 65 PhDs already on his staff. They can do a number of things, not just with COVID, but so many different things for the health of our people as well as the Pacific and general world. So with that, Mr. Speaker, strong support. This is a historic day, and my apologies for keep mentioning this time and time and again, but hopefully this is the day that we've made that it's actually going to happen. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Representative Ward. I know you've been a proponent of the COVID spit test for nearly 2 years. Thank you very much. Members, we're going to be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you're in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you oppose the floor amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 45 and refer to CCR number 116. Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 116-22 as listed on page 45 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Yamani.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 4 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Yamani.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Yamani.
Mr. Speaker, the floor amendment is a friendly floor amendment for this important measure relating to Ohana zones. For the edification of the members, we are changing a reference of a letter B to the letter reference D to just ensure that we address some of the concerns that may pop up regarding the AG's opinion.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, further discussion on this floor amendment? If not, members will be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you support the floor amendment. Vote no if you're opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted, members. Please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 49 and refer to CCR number 175, Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 175-22 as listed on page 49 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 5 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just to do a cleanup of the ceiling within the special fund in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, if not, members, again, we're going to be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you're in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you're in opposition of the floor amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this bill. Members, please turn to page 51 and refer to CCR number 202, Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 202-22 as listed on page 51 and the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Yamani.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 6 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Yamani.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Representative Yamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This floor amendment will just add, again, a friendly floor amendment to add a severability clause to ensure protections to the state.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the floor amendment? If not, members will be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you're in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you're in opposition. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted, members. Please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 53 and refer to CCR 217. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 217-22 as listed on page 53 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 7 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Moving to seconded discussion, Representative Luke.
Thank you. In support of the floor amendment, this is to correct the appropriation amount instead of $1.5 million divided between GO and general funds. It's $1.5 million all in general funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Luke. Any further discussion on the floor amendment? If not, members, we're going to be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you're in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you're in opposition. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 54 and refer to CCR 236, Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 236-22 as listed on page 54 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 8 have been distributed.
Thank you very much. Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Discussion, Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support of the floor amendment, this floor amendment changes the taxable year from 2021 to beginning December 31, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further discussion on this floor amendment. Representative McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Strong support, please proceed.
I'd like to thank the chair for giving me the first opportunity in my career to speak on a friendly floor amendment. But members, this floor amendment is hugely important to our families. We're being absolutely decimated by the cost of living right now. By making it this taxable year for this year's returns that people are filing right now, it means they will get checks in the mail immediately. And boy, they sure could use it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further discussion on floor amendment. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to adopt the member from Maui's comments as if they were my own and add one footnote.
So ordered. And you're
in support.
In support. In support,
Yeah,
please proceed.
Definitely in support. Mr. Speaker, it is basically a historical footnote. It's been more than 2 decades that we've given back money to the people of Hawaii, even though the Constitution says, hey, when we've got 2 years of surplus, we should return it to them. So as the good member from Maui said, hey, the people really need this. They're hurting. But let's not wait another 20-some years before we do this again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on floor amendment, members. Okay, if not, members, we'll be taking a voice vote. Again, vote aye if you're in support of the floor amendment. Vote no if you're in opposition. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, we're on unfinished business. Page 36, Representative, members, recess.
Members of the House, please be seated.
Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, are there any announcements?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have been informed by a representative of the President of the Senate that the Conference Committee report for House Bill number 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1 was adopted, and said House bill relating to the state budget passed final reading in the Senate at 10:29 a.m. on this day. In addition, I have been informed by the Assistant Clerk of the House that at 10:48 a.m. on this day, House Bill number 1600, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1 was duly transmitted by the legislature to the governor pursuant to Article 7, Section 9 of the Hawaii State Constitution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Members, on item number 5A, unfinished business, Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 2 through 35, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Thank you very much, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Members, there will be no discussion on these items agreed to by this body for placement on the consent calendar. Representative Morikawa, for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 7, CCR number 4222, SB number 3165, SD2, HD1, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 8, CCR number 4922, SB number 2869, SD1, HD2, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 20, CCR number 13222, SB number 3092, SD1, HD1, CD1, McKelvey votes no. On page 23, CCR number 15522, SB number 3229, SD2, HD2, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 29, CCR number 20422, HB number 1980, HD2, SD2, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 30, CCR number 21122, SB number 2695, SD2, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, McKelvey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Representative Matsumoto, for your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
Thank you very much. Members, have all votes been cast? Have we missed anyone? Appearing that all votes have been cast, said bills pass final reading. Members, please remember to submit to the clerk the list of House and Senate bills on the consent calendar for which you'll be submitting or providing written comments in support or in opposition. This must be done by adjournment of today's floor session. Members, recess.
Okay, will the House come to order? Members are on page 36. Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee reports listed on pages 36 through 40 and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion beginning with CCR 1-22? 2-22? Representative Lopresti.
With reservations.
So ordered.
My reservation, Speaker, stem from the fact that in Judiciary Committee, I supported this, and it's because the look-back period was 10 years. I didn't, frankly, from my impression and my colleagues on the committee, we didn't have the votes to move it out of the committee if it was more than 10 years, and I just realized it had been moved to 15, so I have reservations. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, 3-22. Representative Wildberger.
With reservations, please, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. 4-20, strike that, 9-22. 12-22. Next page, 15-22. 16-22. 17-22. 21-22. 22-22. Next page, 23-22. 24-22. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition,
Please
with
proceed.
a brief comment.
Please proceed.
As good government advocates have pointed out throughout this session, this bill seems to narrowly target certain nonprofit organizations like Sierra Club or the Hawaii Children's Action Network, while allowing other deeply influential organizations off the hook, like the Chamber of Commerce. That doesn't make sense. The political tentacles of groups like the Chamber of Commerce are very far-reaching. They should not be given special treatment under our campaign spending laws. Additionally, I've recently learned that measures similar to this one were proposed as part of the administration's prior efforts to suppress the political activities of the Kia'i on Mauna Kea. While I'm not saying that this bill is specifically related to those efforts, it could have unintended consequences of limiting the political rights of Native Hawaiians who are engaging in cultural protests. In a year in which we are passing transformational legislation for the Native Hawaiian community, I believe that we should be very careful about the unintended consequences of measures like this, which may be used to erode the freedom of speech and expression that is essential to making progress on Hawaiian issues.
Okay, is there further discussion? Representative Lopresti.
With reservations.
Please proceed.
First, I'd like the words of the previous speaker into the journal as if they're my own.
So ordered.
I was a no on this, and I've changed to a reservation because some of the conference committee changes that have been made to the bill, which I appreciate, but I still share some concerns. Thank you.
Representative Kitagawa.
In support.
Please proceed.
I'd just like to point out that this bill actually, which relates to dark money, in the conference committee draft, it only addresses nonprofit organizations that are registered as non-candidate committees, which means that they are already engaging in campaign-related activities. So if a non-candidate, if a nonprofit organization does not engage in any electioneering or any kind of donations to candidates or engages in any type of activity related to elections, they are not under this bill. It is only related to those who engage and are qualified under current law as a non-candidate committee. Thank you.
Representative Prusso.
With reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, 27-22.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support of House Bill 2416 CD1, and I would just like to underscore the comments of the Vice Chair from CPC. You know, this is about disclosure at the end of the day, and dark money from whatever advocacy group on the political spectrum needs to be subject to sunshine, and this is at the end of the day a disclosure bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there further discussion on 24-22? If not, 27-22. 32-22. Next page, 39-22, 41-22, 44. Representative Capella.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. At the appropriate time, can we go back to 39-22?
Okay, why don't we do that now? 39-22.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Cannabis legalization is on the horizon. And while some people may be reluctant to accept that, it's clear that the movement for legalization is picking up steam.
While well-intended, I am very concerned that this measure may set a very dangerous precedent for holding small cannabis operations accountable for crimes that are actually committed against themselves. With regard to both legalization and the expansion of the medical cannabis industry, cannabis advocates are championing a horizontal framework in which numerous entities are able to participate in the cannabis marketplace by focusing on their individual areas of specialization. When legalization comes, which it will, demand will be so high, no pun intended, that the current dispensaries won't be able to produce enough product to meet it. We will need to empower dozens of new operations to participate in the growth, distribution, marketing, and sale of cannabis products, many of which may be truly small businesses. So we should not be setting a precedent for criminalizing those operations when someone steals their product, rather than focusing on other ways to deter theft. To do so only perpetuates the false belief that cannabis is harmful to our community. It's not. So we need to be working to dismantle legal barriers to the development of our cannabis industry, not building more roadblocks to its success.
Okay, is there further discussion on 39-22?
With
Representative
reservations.
Pruso?
With reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, 41-22. Representative Pruso,
I stand in opposition with brief comments.
please proceed.
So when I first started, I've been asking questions about this bill all session, and I think that this is actually a sleeper bill because all of the responses I've gotten have just been that this bill is simply an update to existing law that was only last updated in 1984. The stated purpose of this bill is to update, it says in the preamble, the punitive sections of the Military Justice Code within the state military forces in Hawaii. The authors argue that the current Hawaii Code of Military Justice lacks the necessary disciplinary options to provide for, quote, effective and efficient good order and discipline in the state military forces, unquote, without providing any evidence to support this assertion, either in the preamble or in any of the supporting testimony. This is important because the National Guard is a unique branch of the U.S. military that has both state and federal responsibilities. We all know that the Guard routinely responds to domestic emergencies such as natural disasters, and it supports military operations overseas, which can sometimes be controversial. But presidents and governors have also used the Guard to respond to civil unrest, which has at times caused controversy in various states and in various situations. It is a second area of responsibility that should give us pause. This bill will tighten control of enlisted members by officers and commanders through stricter delineation of provisions relating to apprehension, restraint, and confinement of suspects, punishable offenses, non-judicial punishment, and confinement. This code will require more total submission to authority. I worry that this kind of power and control in the hands of the wrong governor could lead to very destructive outcomes in cases like the protests we saw on the Mauna and in other examples of peaceful disobedience. For these reasons, I oppose this measure.
Okay, is there further discussion on 41-22? Representative Ganaden?
With reservations, brief comment.
Please proceed.
Just like to note that the state does maintain original jurisdiction in many of the issues that are brought up by this bill, in family law, in criminal law, and a variety of other things. We would hope that the state maintains that original jurisdiction moving forward. Of course, if you are a member of the National Guard, you do subject yourself to this military code of conduct for things like treason, subordination, the kinds of things that us civilians don't subject ourselves to. Hoping that we keep an eye on this moving forward. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion? If not, 44-22. Any discussion? 46-22, next page, 51-22, 52-22, 50.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tam.
On 52-22?
Could you repeat that, please?
On 52-22.
52-22, please proceed.
Thank you. Just a no vote with a brief comment and permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
I appreciate the work that is being done on this bill. However, I believe that it still needs a lot more work and to address some of the concerns raised by my constituents. And I'll summarized many of those concerns in my written comments. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Gandon.
In support, brief comment.
Please proceed.
This is bail reform. This is advocacy. This is the work of advocates over the last several years to reduce unnecessary incarceration in our state. We will be joining other states like New York, New Jersey, and California that have seen a reduction not only in incarceration but a reduction in crime across their communities. Right now, we still house numerous individuals who are simply too poor to find their way out of incarceration. This bill addresses many of the issues that advocates have brought up. Again, thanks to the Vice Chair of Judiciary for his advocacy in working with numerous stakeholders and talking this out. A brief asterisk to this. At the very end, in the last committee, the prosecutor for the County of Honolulu requested that another charge be added to bail reform or be removed from it. Possession of a dangerous drug in the 3rd degree. That's the most common charge for people who are picked up for methamphetamine use. The notion was that people who were picked up for this would be directed to residential treatment centers, things like Hinamauka, Sand Island Treatment Center, on Maui, MEO Best. Despite much of the work to fund nonprofits and homeless treatment centers, we are still underfunding these residential treatment centers. So that's something to work on for next year. Again, thanks to the people who worked on this.
Representative Ward.
Speaker, at the appropriate time, could we go back to 4422?
Okay, why don't we finish 52-22? Any discussion?
Yes, Speaker, may I rise and say a few things about this in opposition, if I
Please
may?
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this is the get out of jail free bill. I've spoken about it many times. It is a danger given the conditions in this state as well as in the nation. We have an outbreak of crime. We have defund the police is kind of an ethos that's going on in a number of cities. Fortunately, we don't have it here. But it's something where people seem to think, well, this is for those who are so poor they can't get out of jail. Well, I was told by Kat Brady, who you know is a great advocate of the prison system and for the prisoners. She has a real heart for them. She said there's a promissory note that was passed maybe 3 or 4 years ago, which says if you don't have the $100, you sign on, and if you don't show up for trial, you got to pay the promissory note. It has not been implemented, but why we're doing this get out of jail free stuff is, to me, counterproductive and a step backwards. And for those who think, well, this is not going to hurt anybody who's nonviolent. Well, there's a puka in this particular bill because, for example, violation of an injunction against harassment and harassment by stalking are examples of charges for which a defendant could be automatically released. So, Mr. Speaker, there's some loopholes in this thing that is very dangerous. Particularly, I would think anybody in the Women's Caucus would not want a stalker to be let out without bail. I'm not going to bring up the issue of Kapolei, but you know, they let out that guy with the mental problem and he bludgeoned somebody right in front of the courthouse in Kapolei. Those things should never happen, Speaker. And this bill kind of lends itself to that sort of, well, we want to give everybody a break and crime is, you know, you got to be sympathetic with the felons. Well, I think being soft on crime is not the way that you're going to prevent crime, but it's bills like this that really loosen the grip on a society that's getting very, very, would you say, liberated to break the law with impunity. And I'm not going to talk about the red light bill, but that's one of the things. We run red lights in Hawaii with nobody's going to catch me or see me, except there's a bill that says there's a camera coming. My point is, Mr. Speaker, we've got to draw the line in the sand when we're going to be able to discipline people and when we're not going to. And this is the one that just loosens all of that for corrections in our system of hopefully civilized behavior. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on 52-22? If not, we'll go back to 44-22. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to footnote the...
Is this in support or opposition?
In support.
Please proceed.
This is the claims against the state, which the Kalima case, which I earlier alluded.
Mr. Speaker, can I Ask for a short recess.
Recess subject to the call of the
I don't
chair.
think you can do that according to the rules. If the speaker has the floor, you cannot call for a recess. Look at the rules.
Recess subject to the call of the chair.
Speaker, that is totally unfair.
Will the House come out to order? Members are on page 39, SCCR 44-22, Representative Ward.
Speaker, my original request was to put my earlier remarks into the journal. Now I will just have additional marks to the journal. That's all my speech.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
What a great day, colleagues. $328 million back into the hands of Hawaiians. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First time again in 16 years, I will be standing in strong support of this measure.
Please proceed.
As you know, for years have voted against it for the fact that a lot of the claims being made against the state are repeated claims that agencies refuse to address, which keeps just having more and more payouts. But the fact that Kalima is now finally being settled is so monumental and so huge and such a long overdue gesture of justice that warrants the fact that I stand in strong support of the bill today, when previously I have not. Thank you.
Representative Bronco.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
I'm glad we were able to come to a resolution for this for Native Hawaiians. It's greatly appreciated and it's going to be significant. But I also want to recognize the fact that why do Hawaiians have to continuously sue to get what is rightfully deserved to us? And we need to understand that and we need to stop that. And it's just sad that Hawaiians constantly have to sue to get the resources that are mandated to us in the Constitution. And so I just wanted to say that, but I'm very grateful for all the hard work the body has done to find a resolution. Mahalo.
Representative Har,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
may I please adopt the words of the representative from Lahaina and the representative from Kalihi?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Martin,
Thank you, Speaker. In support.
please proceed.
So Leona Kalima is my constituent, and I had reached out to her when I heard the news about this bill. And I actually invited her to be with us today, but the doctor would not let her leave Queens, where she is. But she did text, she said, please give the Assembly my aloha and support for our 23 years of service to the courts. Mahalo, God bless you all. So I just wanted to leave that positive note with you folks from her. Thank you.
Representative Tokioka,
Thank you, Speaker. In strong support.
please proceed.
I didn't think I was going to do this, but because this bill is at this stage, Speaker, can I ask for a ruling on a potential conflict?
Please state your potential conflict.
My mom and now my sister has been on this list for the last 45 years.
Okay, there's no conflicts. There's a
Thank you.
class.
And just to say thank you to many of the people in this building or in this caucus and our colleagues in the Senate. And one of the people that has been fighting for this from the day he got here, and I'm so proud to be associated with him, is the representative from Kalihi. There was not a day on this floor that he has not been fighting for Hawaiians, and this is a great day for all of us. Mahalo, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative Ward.
Speaker, one more request for remarks in the journal from the gentleman from Kalihi and Kailua, my exact sentiment.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on CCR 46-22. Any discussion? If not, next page.
Speaker, I'm sorry,
Tokioka?
what committee report are we on?
Yeah, strike that. 53-22.
Okay.
Any discussion? Representative Tokioka.
Yeah, thank you. No vote, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered.
I just, every year we go through bills that deal with firearms, and most of us know here that this state has the most strictest gun laws in the United States of America, and every year we add on to that. This is another one of those bills. In this particular bill, there was a lawsuit between Mr. Yokotake and Claire Connors, and the judge in that case Judge Seabright ruled that there was no harm to public safety on this particular issue. And so I'm not sure why we have to do this again. Most of the concerns for public safety is covered in the current bill prior to this bill if it passes. So for those reasons, I'm a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, 55-22. Representative Todd.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
Please proceed.
As someone who was employed within the fishing industry for several years, I just think that this bill is maybe slightly hypocritical in that a majority of the fishing done on Oahu goes to the auction or done by enormous multi-million-dollar longline vessels that go up for weeks at a time, that have extremely high technology applications. And it just seems like a little overkill to ban the use of a $300 to $400 drone by an individual fisherman when you look at it against what they're competing against, especially up on Oahu. This isn't the case for the neighbor islands. Neighbor island fishermen, these are typically very small businessmen, business people who operate as part of their income. Very few are actually professionalized to the point where it's their entire income. So this just seems like a step a little bit too far, maybe too quickly, and should potentially be re-examined. But I do support the intent in trying to ensure that we're not overfishing. So with those reasons, I am in reservations.
Okay, Representative Quinlan.
Ruling on a potential conflict.
Please state your potential conflict.
I drone fish at my mom's house.
All right, the ruling is no conflict.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In opposition?
Please proceed.
Drone fishing, when done properly, leads to fewer fouled lines, less lost tackle, in short, Mr. Speaker, less junk in the ocean. So I would argue that if you are a responsible fisherman, drone fishing is better for the environment than traditional methods. Thank you.
Representative Okimoto,
In support, Mr. Speaker.
please proceed.
Permission to insert written comments into the journal, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Is further discussion? If not, it's 57-22. Representative Wildberger,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with reservations.
so ordered. Further discussion on this measure or any other measure? If not, we'll be taking the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 36, CCR number 2-22, SB number 2163, HD1, CD1, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 37, CCR number 17-22, HB number 1872, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Lowen votes no. CCR number 22-22, HB number 1414, HD1, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Peruso. On page 38, CCR number 24-22, HB number 2416, HD2, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Ganaden, Capella. On page 39, CCR number 39-22, SB number 3140, SD1, HD1, CD1, Capella votes no. CCR number 41-22, SB number 3085, SD2, HD2, CD1, following vote no. Capella, Peruso. On page 40, CCR number 51-22, HB number 2197, HD1, SD1, CD1, following vote no. Capella, Peruso. CCR number 52-22, HB number 1567, HD1, SD1, CD1, following vote no. Eli, Kong, Tam. CCR number 53-22, HB number 2075, HD1, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Eli, Har, Kong, Tokioka. CCR number 55-22, SB number 2065, SD2, HD2, CD1, following vote no. Gates, Lopresti, Quinlan. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 36, CCR 1-22, SB 2752, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 3-22, SB 204, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 37, CCR 21-22, HB 1413, HD2, SD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 38, CCR 23-22, HB 1688, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives McDermott and Ward vote no. CCR 32-22, SB 2990, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 40, CCR 52-22, HB 1567, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Matsumoto, Okimoto, and Ward vote no. And on CCR 53-22, HB 2075, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Matsumoto, McDermott, Okimoto, and Ward vote no.
Great. Members, have all votes been cast?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCovey.
Well, apologies to our floor leader. I'll get a green slip to her in just a minute, but on Conference Committee Report 55-22, SB number 2066, a no vote for me. Thank you.
So ordered. Additional no votes? If not, Said measures pass final reading. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the exception of Conference Committee Report numbers 102-22 and 116-22, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 41 through 45 and the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Right, is there any discussion on beginning with CCR 61-22, 62-22, 69-22, 72-22. Next page, 73-22, 76-22, 77-22, 78-22, 79-22. Next page, 81-22, 82-22, 86-22, 91 Representative Okimoto.
Mr. Speaker, Conference Committee Report 86-22,
Please proceed.
with reservations, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Further discussion on 86-22, Representative McKelvey.
No, when we get a second, we go back to 81-22.
Okay. Why don't we do that now? 81-22, Representative McKelvey.
Thank you. Just in strong support and permission to enter comments into the journal.
So ordered. Further discussion on 81-22. Okay, if not, 86-22. Any discussion? 91-22. Any discussion? Next page, 93-22, 100-22, 101-22, 108-22. Representative Ward.
Speaker, rise in opposition. Brief comment.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this is ranked choice voting, of which I've spoken probably for 4 or 5 years against it. Each time it fails, it looks like it's going to pass this time. But I want you to know it's still confusing. Even the Office of Elections that my staff inquired couldn't explain it. So how we're going to explain it to our constituents? And I know, look, it's only a special election if it's congressional, et cetera. It's basically the slippery slope that I'm afraid that well, it's very sexy and it's kind of confusing, but you know, let's give it a run. The difficulty is that if the system is not broken, why fix it, Mr. Speaker? Everybody who's in here did the first past the post. It worked. Why we got to do ranked choice voting? I mean, look, you already got a super majority. You want more people? Is that the motivation for it? I mean, look, we got 4 members here. You got 47. I think ranked choice voting, if it wasn't to your advantage, you wouldn't use it because we don't see it as to our advantage. And in that
All right,
sense,
Representative Ward, please stay away from intent and motive. Please proceed.
well, I'm looking at the national polls, which say your party is more in favor than mine. Let me leave it at that. But say every year we've had it and it's failed, this year it's going to go. Let's take a look at it and see what happens. The test of the pudding is in the tasting, so let's see what happens, Speaker. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Tokioka.
With reservations, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered.
For totally different reasons from my colleague from Hawaii Kai, because I actually think it's going to help the minority party in this circumstance. He might not agree, but to my friend here, I don't think it's going to get any worse. So, all due respect.
Representative Okimoto.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Is there further discussion? All right, if not, on the next page, 110-22. Representative Walberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Thanks. Not that I actually support wage theft, but in the irony that the state doesn't follow wage law and is imposing penalties on people that might be making errors in wage law, I stand in opposition for this. Thank you.
Okay, 114-22. Representative McKelvey.
If we could go back to 110-22.
Please proceed.
With reservations, and may I have the comments of the speaker from South Maui into the record as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on 110-22? If not, 114-22, 115-22, 124-22. Any discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 41, CCR number 61-22 CCR number 69-22, HB number 1837, HD1, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Peruso. On page 42, CCR number 79-22, SB number 2125, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Ganaden, Lopresti, McKelvey, Wildberger. On page 44, CCR number 82-22, HB number 1983, HD1, SD2, CD1, Wildberger votes no. On page 44, CCR number 93-22, SB number 2623, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Eli, Capella, Peruso. CCR number 100-22, SB number 2251, SD2, HD2, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 45, CCR number 110-22, SB number 2298, SD2, HD1, CD1, Wildberger votes no. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 42, CCR 77-22, SB 2670, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representatives McDermott and Ward vote no. On page 44, CCR 100-22, SB 2251, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representative Ward votes no. CCR 108-22, SB 2162, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Matsumoto, McDermott, and Ward vote no. And on page 45, CCR 114-22, SB 3121, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? If so, said measures pass final reading. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the exception of Conference Committee Report number 175-22, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 46 through 50, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion beginning with CCR 127-22, 128-22, 120? Representative Capella,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
please proceed.
I just want to take a moment to thank every single one of you who has supported the efforts that we made as a body this year to finally raise teacher pay. Our state's teacher shortage has hit my community the hardest. The schools in my district are extremely remote and highly impoverished, and the teacher turnover rate is exorbitant. We know that the root cause of Hawaii's chronic teacher shortage is low pay. This, coupled with funding to alleviate shortage differential, a long way towards addressing that problem. So teachers have been fighting, and we know this, for professional pay for years. Today, we are finally showing them the support that they have earned for being the people upon whom our children's dreams are built and our society's future depends. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, 129-22, 138-22, Representative Wildberger,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition, brief comment, please.
please proceed.
This bill seems to be in direct conflict with HB 1800 that we're intending to pass, and we've just really got to stop burning stuff if we want to reduce our greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Okay, is Representative Martin.
With reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reservation.
So ordered. Representative Tokioka.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative McKelvey.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I stand in opposition to the measure.
Please proceed.
Just a few words as to why. I appreciate the efforts in trying to be made in so far as renewable energy and diversifying our portfolio. But for my area in particular of Leeward Maui, intermittent renewable energies such as photovoltaic is an important part of the component for meeting our renewable energy needs. And, you know, I think it will have a unintended consequence by creating a disincentive for the power companies to continue to offer rebates for additional PV coming online. The PV industry in my area is also become an economic engine as well. And I think also with other technologies on the horizon, with wave and other types of renewable energies may be precluded by this measure. So for that, I unfortunately can't support it.
Representative Lopresti.
No vote.
So ordered. Representative Nakamura.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like the opportunity to insert comments in the journal.
In support or opposition?
In support.
So, just checking. Thank you. Representative Burt Kobayashi.
Mr. Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered.
This is a well-intended bill. It does have appropriations which are worth passing. The bill does not have teeth. It is not regulatory. It does not stop anyone from going to more renewables, if only because it amends the state plan. The problem, of course, is that Kauai has already exceeded the 45% cap, which is in this bill. And it is likely to remain above the 45% cap as years go on. So unfortunately, well-intended, but with defects. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion? Representative Costellas.
No vote.
So ordered. Okay, we're on CCR 141-22. Any discussion? Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support, again, and very excited. In 2016, the state legislature appropriated $100 million to install air conditioning in 1,000 classrooms, which were completed at the cost of tens of thousands of dollars each. Today, approximately 4,000 classrooms still need to be cooled. And in passing this bill, we are beginning to finish the job that we started 6 years ago. This measure allocates $10 million for classroom cooling, which should provide AC to between 1,500 and 2,000 classrooms using brand new AC technology. Those AC units will not only be more energy efficient, according to the DOE, they will also come with filtration systems that will help to alleviate the health impacts of COVID-19, as well as the fog that jeopardizes the health of Hawaii Island keiki. So if school is cool, then our classrooms must be too. So mahalo to the Chair of Education and mahalo to the Chair of Finance and to everyone who has worked on this for years to ensure that our children have the safe and healthy learning environments in which they need to reach for the stars.
Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in support.
Please proceed.
In my district in East Honolulu has the exact sentiment from the good representative from the Big Island. May I use her words in the journal as if they were my own? Thank you.
So ordered. So further discussion? If not, next page, 142-22. Representative Lopresti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
I'll be brief, but I'd like my comments on third reading on this bill to entered into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you very much. I just want to point out this is the BOE member qualification bill, and this is a good example of why people in the public think legislators can't count. There are 11 members of the BOE, and we have 13 requirements for expertise in this bill, only one of which is education. Thank you.
All right, is there further? Representative Woodson.
In support, Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to point the previous speaker to the text of the bill. It's all of about 4 pages, and it offers a rebuttal to his argument. The National Association of State Boards of Education which really is the premier entity that looks at board education policy. They are impartial, and they provide guidance and recommendations to state boards of education across the country. The National Association of State Boards of Education, they state that boards of education should look at policy prescriptions that enhance equity, that improve student achievement, and that remain forward-thinking. And specifically, they look at things that will emerge in the future. Future-oriented is the term that they use, Speaker. And so again, the idea is that we want to make sure that our kids in the state of Hawaii are internationally competitive. And so the department and the board like to use the term college and career ready. But really, we need to make sure that our kids are globally competitive, because that is, in essence, the rub. And one of the things that you see, again, in high-performing public school systems across the world is they actually align marketplace need, both current and emerging, with formalized curriculum as one of the components that you see in high-performing public school systems. And so, Speaker, that is a best practice. That is a best practice. And the text of the bill also specifically references, per the previous speaker's grievance, that the board members shall obtain as many of these characteristics as possible. That's found on page 4, sections 2, that's lines 11 and 12, under paragraph 5. And so for these reasons, Speaker, we want to make sure that we are moving in the right direction with regards to our Department of Education, and I urge my colleagues to support this proposal. Thank you.
Representative Lopresti.
In opposition still.
Please proceed.
I was happy to keep my remarks short, but I'm happy to debate this. There's been a move, Mr. Speaker, to corporatize education in this country, and institutions like the one cited in this bill has been criticized as one of those things that they're helping to corporatize education. The language that's in this is precisely right, that the board shall collectively have the knowledge, experience, and proven expertise in as many of the following fields as possible, Mr. Speaker, again, only one of which is education. That language specifically can, and I guarantee will be used, to exclude BOE nominees in the Senate for approval, because we already have somebody in education. We don't have somebody who's an expert in energy, because we need somebody who's an expert in energy to figure out what the ELA standard should be. That we don't have somebody who's an expert in real estate, because somehow we need somebody who's an expert in real estate to help set education policy, and energy, advanced manufacturing, finance, things like that. Nobody's opposed to having people who are experts in fields that are going to help people get an education for workforce development, but requiring it in statute is a bridge too far.
Is there further discussion? If not, 143-22.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Peruso.
I stand in opposition, and I would just like the words from the previous speaker entered into the journal as if they were my own.
Okay, so on 142-22, so ordered. Further discussion, Representative Tokioka.
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to CCR 138?
138.
138.
Okay, any discussion on 142-22? If not, 138-22. Representative Tokioka.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I remove my reservations vote on that CCR 138?
So ordered. Is you're casting a yes vote?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on 143-22. Any discussion? 148-22, 152-22. Next page, 157-22. Strike that. 156-22. 156-22. Next page, 157-22. 158-22. 164-22. 165-22. 166-22. Next page, 171-22. 172-22. 176-22. 178-22. Next page, 179-22, 183-22, 180. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 183-22.
Please proceed.
Thank you. In support, while I support this proposal, I have to note that a study was already performed a few years ago that clearly shows that coffee blenders are taking advantage of Kona and Ka'u coffee farmers, the vast majority of whom live and work and farm in my district. They are undermining these farmers' economic well-being and financial security by continuing to steal our iconic Kona name while using very little Kona coffee in their actual product. This is commercial exploitation, this is economic abuse, and it must stop. I am confident that the study envisioned by this bill will once again demonstrate the need to better protect our coffee farmers who have been waiting decades, not just 1, not just 2 years, decades, for action. So let's please make sure that in the future, we don't make them wait much longer for the legal protections that they need in order to uplift their profits and safeguard their livelihood.
Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
And I agree with everything said by the previous speaker. I'm confident the study will come out in favor of changing the labeling laws. It's the right thing to do, and at the least it will remove an additional obstacle that has stood in the way for a while. I'd also like to request, I wrote an essay that was published in Civil Beat on March 13th. I'd like that inserted into the journal.
So ordered.
And in addition to all the reasons why this is the right thing to do that are laid out in that essay, I'd like to add one more, which includes that continuing to encourage importation of large amounts of green coffee from other locations is, what has brought pests like coffee berry borer and coffee leaf rust and other, other pests that also threaten our coffee industry and potentially other industries as it helps bring additional invasive species into the state.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, 184-22. 186-22, 193. Representative Prusso.
186-22.
Please proceed.
So I, of course, do not oppose preschool.
Are you in support or opposition?
I'm in opposition.
Please proceed.
So I'm standing in opposition not because I don't support preschool and funding additional classrooms for preschools, but I think that if we dig deeper and we look at, for example, elementary schools in all of the complexes around our state, we will find schools that are threatened with closure because their enrollment has dropped, where we have classrooms that are available for these precise kinds of preschools. And so I think that we should be working with the Department of Education. This is going to be difficult, however, because we are moving the School Facilities Authority, according to my understanding, away from the department to DBET. So I think that my concern with the School Facilities Authority is not only that they're not completely set up, of course, but that I continue to oppose the privatization of this public function. So for those reasons, I oppose this bill.
Representative Woodson.
Thank you, Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
This bill is important. The previous speaker is correct in that in statute it does say that UEL should work with the Department of Education to establish more pre-K classrooms. That is, in fact, the case that's happening right now. But we also know that that is not sufficient to get us to where the number that we need, which is 100% access by 2032. And so this bill will afford us more flexibility to actually meet that goal by providing additional classroom space to afford more of our 3- and 4-year-olds opportunities to have a great head start. Thank you.
Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And support. The School Facility Authority is not moving to DBET. It will be retained in Department of Education. That was one of the the draft that was being discussed, but in conference, School Facility Authority will remain with Department of Education. And the intent of this bill, because it's public monies, the whole intent is to refurbish some of these classrooms for preschool classrooms as some of you may or may not know, in the Waianae complex, there were unused classrooms that can be refurbished and right away, actually, to accommodate preschool kids, because as you know, preschool kids, you can't use even the elementary school facilities because of the height of the restrooms and some of the tables. So the intent is for us to work with not just EOEL, but DOE and SFA to refurbish and remodel some of our current unused DOE facilities to accommodate the around 20,000 kids who don't have access to preschool right now. Thank you.
Representative Prusso,
Still in opposition.
please proceed.
While I am grateful for that amendment to the bill that would have transferred School Facilities Authority to DBET, I think that in hearings over the course of session, I have had multiple opportunities to interact with the leadership of SFA and AS Tanaka in the DOE, and at every single point, the leadership of SFA, Alan Oshima, Ed Sniffen, and then also AS Tanaka have reiterated that SFA will not be engaged in refurbishment, repair, and maintenance, but they will be only dedicating their efforts to new buildings. And so that's really the source of my consternation. So if we can address that, I would love to see those monies being spent in precisely the way the Chair of Finance has outlined. Mahalo.
Representative Todd,
Thank you. In support.
please proceed.
I just wanted to thank the Finance Chair, the CIP Chair, and the Education Chair for their work, but also the foresight going back several years to really lead this effort towards universal pre-K. As someone who has a daughter who is currently in preschool, I recognize that that is not achievable for every family. It's much less expensive in Hilo than it is in most parts of the state, and even then, it's about $10,000 a year, give or take, and that's purely, post-taxation, unless you've set yourself up accordingly. So I'm just thankful that this money is headed towards something we can all, I think, really believe in, and there is specific language enabling the SFA to appropriate these funds towards any other costs that they deem appropriate to increase student capacity. So there is a little bit of flexibility in that way, and yeah, I really think this is probably something we can all really feel comfortable with, or most of us at least, and really trending us in the right direction. And I also wanted to point out now, and the reason why I'm standing up is that there also is $2.9 million in the budget bill going to Imiloa specifically for pre-K immersion school teacher education. And while that's not directly tied to this bill, it is kind of working in conjunction. So I just wanted to express my appreciation. Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, 193-22. Any discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 46, CCR number 127-22, HB number 1432, HD1SD2, CD1, McKelvey votes no. On CCR number 138-22, SB number 2510, SD2, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Costales, Ganaden, Capella, Dale Kobayashi, Lopresti, McKelvey, Peruso, Takayama, Takumi, Tam, Waldberger. On page 47, CCR number 142-22, SB number 2824, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Dale Kobayashi, Lopresti, Peruso. CCR number 143-22, SB number 3280, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Tam. CCR number 156-22, SB number 2570, SD2, HD1, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 48, CCR number 157-22, SB number 2865, SD2, HD1, CD1, Capella votes no. CCR number 165-22, HB number 1644, HD1, SD1, CD1. Following vote no. Har, Kong. On page 49, CCR number 176-22, SB number 2923, HD1, CD1, Dale Kobayashi votes no. On page 50, CCR number 179-22, SB number 2644, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Tam. CCR number 186-22, HB number 2000, HD1, SD1, CD1, Peruso votes no. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 46, CCR 138-22, SB 2510, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 48, CCR 158-22, SB 3235, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 165-22, HB 1644, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives McDermott and Okimoto vote no. CCR 166-22, HB 1640, HD2, SD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 49, CCR 172-22, HB 1761, HD1, SD2, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 176-22, SB 2923, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 178-22, SB 2185, SD3, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 50, CCR 183-22, HB 1517, HD2, SD2, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 184-22, HB 1775, HD2, SD3, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 193-22, SB 3040, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no.
All right, members have all voted. Representative Pruso.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. On STANCOM number 143, SB 3280, SPURB for a private school, found on page 47, I wanted to make sure I registered a vote of no, and I
No.
have the green slip.
No vote is so ordered.
Mahalo.
Members have all votes been cast. So said measures pass final reading. Representative Velati.
Mr. Speaker, with the exception of conference committee reports numbers 202-22, 217-22, and 236-22, I move to adopt the conference committee reports listed on pages 51 through 55, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Beginning with CCR 195 on page 51, 198-22, 199-22, 200-22, 201, next page, 203-22, 208-22. Representative Martin. Representative Martin?
I think you skipped 202.
203-22 on page 52. 203-22?
202-22.
No, 202-22 is on 40-hour notice for the floor amendment.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
So we're on page 52, 203-22, 208-22, 212-22, 213-22. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Early learning advocates make a very clear distinction between preschool and childcare. While both services provide important opportunities for children, they are not the same. Childcare advances the socialization of children who are too young to enter our learning system. It is also important for developmental resources for parents who are working full-time. Preschool, on the other hand, is foundational in preparing our keiki to become active and engaged learners as they enter the education setting. We should not conflate childcare and preschool as a matter of public policy. So I'm very glad that we are passing this measure to correct the oversight in Act 46, which sought to expand access to childcare statewide. We must build a quality preschool system that is led by excellent educators. Over the last few weeks, my office has been conducting a study of preschool policies that our state has adopted. After analyzing data from the Accountability Resource Center of Hawaii, we found that over 600 classrooms may be available for preschool programming in our public school system. We would need about half of that space to expand preschool programming to the same number of children who were once served by junior kindergarten, which served 10 times as many students as are currently enrolled in programs managed by the Executive Office of Early Learning. We should never allow public funds to be spent on private educational programs at any level, which is a philosophy that is enshrined in Article 10, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution. According to the Attorney General, the preschool grants program created by Act 46 was only constitutional if the programs that received grants did not prioritize learning. That's not preschool, that's childcare, as this bill appropriately recognized. So to that end, this bill will facilitate millions of dollars in funding to improve childcare delivery while preserving the constitutional integrity of our pre-kindergarten system, a system that we can strengthen by investing in our public preschool programs that use public school facilities.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, 215-22. Next page, 216-22. 229-22, 230-22. Representative Wahlberger?
Thanks. On 229, please.
Please proceed.
With reservations. Thank you.
So ordered. 230-22. Next page, 232-22. Representative Quinlan.
In opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
So over the past few months, it has become increasingly difficult for me to continue voting no on this measure. When you look at what's been happening in terms of the rising cost of living, rising cost of energy worldwide, I'm starting to think that maybe $18 an hour really is the appropriate figure for us to move to. However, I'm still in opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you why. It's for my small business owners. It's for the many, many small businesses that contribute so much to the fabric of my community and my district, who have been absolutely battered by the events of the previous few years, and many of whom will not survive another year or two of down sales and higher labor costs and higher supply costs. Mr. Speaker, over 50% of our total employment in this state is provided by small businesses. That's over 200,000 people that are depending on mom and pop operations so they can feed their families and pay their rent. Mr. Speaker, I'm not an economist. In fact, I'm pretty sure nobody in this room is an economist. I don't know what the consequences or the unintended consequences of passing this measure will be. I really pray and I hope that 10 years from now, we can look back at this measure and say, it was absolutely successful, and Representative Quinlan, you were a fool for voting against it. But as of this time, I still have serious concerns, and that's why I am a no. Thank you.
Representative Wahlberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
I'm thrilled to be able to see this measure make it all the way through the process, and we're going to be able to give our low-wage workers a 19% raise as of October, and that's a great bump, a great start to increasing our wage. As I've shared many times, I walk the small business talk, and my small business is currently paying $20 an hour to entry-level workers. So I'm glad to see this measure go forward, and I wanted to express my appreciation for the excellent compromise that was reached between the Senate and the House in offering an important tip credit for the struggling restaurateurs who have endured both the pandemic, staffing shortages due to the high housing crisis, and supply chain issues. Thank you.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
As I've said on this floor before, a living wage is a human right. All session long, advocates for working families have called on us to raise the minimum wage to a level that will allow workers to meet their most basic needs. They have also asked us to strengthen the Earned Income Tax Credit, which is our state's primary form of tax relief for working class families. By passing an $18 an hour minimum wage, we are resetting the conversation about what is possible in terms of delivering economic justice to working families, not just for our state, but for the entire nation. When this bill's final raises take effect in 2028, minimum wage workers will earn over $16,000 more than they do today, and the EITC will only further uplift their financial outlook. I believe that we can do even more, though, to support the working class. When we reconvene next year, we should consider eliminating the tip penalty that undermines the prosperity of tipped workers and subjects them to sexual harassment. We should also further link minimum wage increases to the cost of living index so that workers' wages are not determined by politics. And we should consider raising the wage beyond $18 per hour sooner rather than later, since that is what workers needed to earn in order to survive last year. Nonetheless, this bill is a huge win for working families and a historic victory for our state. This is truly the work of Hawaii's people, and a measure that will uplift everyone's fortunes, from restaurant servers to small business owners, and will enhance the bottom line of our entire economy. So thank you to every single member who made this possible. And thank you to the advocates who advocated tirelessly.
Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
I just wanted to say there are multiple parts to this bill, and I think credit goes to the many people who worked on it. I appreciate very much the work of the Labor Chair for getting done what eluded me for my 4 years as Labor Chair. I appreciate the progress that we have made on minimum wage, and undoubtedly that's received the bulk of the attention in the dialogue, which is why I wanted to focus the bulk of my remarks on the Earned Income Tax Credit. We throw around EITC as an acronym, and we expect that everybody universally understands it, but the truth is most people do not. It took me a long time to learn, and many years of participating in the dialogue, and I don't know that I'm an expert in it at all. But certainly it's not commonly something that the public is clamoring for. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Earned Income Tax Credit affects 103,000 Hawaii low-income and moderate-income families, this is a pervasive benefit, but one, again, that goes often unsung because tax policy is not always the juiciest cause du jour to talk about. It's often esoteric, and it's dependent on money. And for years, decades really, both the House and the Senate even debated its creation. We are certainly not the first state in the union to enact it. In fact, we were number 20-something, long after the federal government enacted it. But progress arrived in 2017 when we first enacted this bill. When first enacted, it was non-refundable, and it existed for 5 years. As we approached that 5-year expiration, there was a lot of work that went into it. And even though it was a good basis, Mr. Speaker, if your tax liability exceeded what the credit was, there wasn't incentive for you as a low or moderate income family to even file for the credit because you just didn't qualify. Some of the changes, colleagues, that are revolutionary in this bill, not only is making it permanent, keeping that prospect out there for all of our working families in perpetuity, but the making it refundable is so critical because if your liability exceeds that credit at that floor, you are now able to get money back. And that's huge for people in ways that we don't know. One of the reasons that this doesn't always make it to the forefront of public attention and public consciousness is because these 103,000 families, these many constituents that are affected, are so busy working and so busy struggling to make a living that they don't have time to come down to the Capitol to protest. They don't have time or the inclination to hire lobbyists. So except for a few plucky advocates and legislators armed with the righteousness of sort of the cause, it's not one of the things that often draws the masses to the Capitol. But that's why what we're doing, colleagues, today is so special, because in spite of the fact that there aren't always paid lobbyists or industries behind this bill, there are plucky and dedicated advocates, but also having to advocate for many other circumstances. It makes our passage of this bill today so special. And there is a single driving force behind both the original enactment of this bill as well as this bill today. And I would like to thank the Finance Chair for being that force. And I'd like to say for all the working families who benefit from this credit, that there are people who are at the legislature, both in the House and the Senate, who I think are really trying to do the right thing and work for the public interest. Thank you.
Representative Presti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Rather than give my own speech, I would just like the words of the previous two speakers entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Dale Kobayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking in support.
Please proceed.
My support is based more on the principle of you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need. I would prefer to have seen no tip penalty in here. I'd prefer to see a true living wage, which I think $18 still falls short of. But given the conditions that we work under here, and both politically and economically, I'll take the $18 in the terms we have now, so I'm speaking in support. Thank you.
Representative Ganaden.
Requesting that the words of the representatives from Ka'u and Aiea be entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered in support of the measure. So ordered. Representative Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
I would like to have the words of the representative from Aiea inserted into the journal as if they were my own, and a brief comment.
Ordered.
Thank you. The bill before us today would provide some much needed relief to working families that are currently struggling. Many of us, on our paychecks, just like the working families, in regards to take-home pay, spend it mostly on rent, medical bills, and car payments. With this bill, we raise the disposable income, thus putting more money into the pockets of working families. Studies show that people stimulate the economy when they have more money to spend in their pockets, and therefore that helps our small businesses. And therefore, I believe everyone benefits from this bill. And for those reasons, I am in strong support.
Okay, is there further discussion? Representative Tokioka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support, I do have reservations on some of the things that I talked about on the first cross. So can I ask that my floor speech from the first crossover be entered into the journal for this speech? And just to say that, I understand what people talk about with the tip penalty, but I started in the restaurant business when I was 15 till just before I got here in the state legislature. And I know what it's going to take for a restaurant to make it. They're struggling, and we just came out of a pandemic. And I don't think it's going to impact the big restaurants, but it's certainly going to impact the small mom and pop places, which many of us have them in our neighborhoods. And, I talked to many of them when I'm back on Kauai, and they're going to suffer. So I think a couple of things may happen with them. They're either going to close, or they're going to go under the table and pay their employees cash. And neither option is good, Mr. Speaker. But as far as the minimum wage, most businesses, big businesses, are paying that amount. I just feel the smaller businesses are going to get hurt. So with that, I'm happy that we are passing this bill, but it's not bringing me joy for some of the people that are going to get hurt with the tip credit not moving up to the minimum wage standard. And I know the finance chair and this body fought hard for the tip credit, but it's certainly going to show up later on down the road. Thank you for this opportunity to talk on this bill.
Representative McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support as well for the measure. As my good friend to the right here has said, it's a compromise bill, but a bill that tries to take into account the testimony that was received by many small businesses. Mr. Speaker, nothing happens in a vacuum. And there have been a lot of other measures and things that this body has done to assist small businesses that may not be covered under this bill insofar as small businesses that aren't restaurant businesses. Let's look at the unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the fact that we helped to stave off a huge increase in our unemployment insurance schedule. Let's look at the fact, speaking of restaurants, that we gave $50 million for the restaurant card. Let's look at the fact that the earned income tax credit, as was spoken by my good friend, the chair of CPC, and may I have his words entered in the journal as if they were my own.
Ordered.
The EITC being refundable and permanent means that families will now go out and spend money at many of our small businesses. But, Mr. Speaker, more can be done for our small businesses. I'm so happy that the Chair of Finance, along with the Chair of WHAM, has left next year's legislature with a $500 million surplus potentially, and that I'm hoping that this body can continue to do things like we've done in the unemployment insurance arena to assist small businesses with further tax rebates and benefits so that they can continue to recover from the pandemic. And I like to joke, you know, while this does make a meaningful increase in the minimum wage, many businesses, as the good representative from Kihei has pointed out, are already paying more than that. The most popular signs and banners this election year are "now hiring." And, Mr. Speaker, that goes to the fact that many businesses are already in today's tight labor market having to pay more than this. But to have a baseline where workers know that they will be paid something that will allow them to live in Hawaii, to be able to survive here eventually, is a good thing. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I stand in support. Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion? Representative Pruso,
In support,
please proceed.
I'd just like to request that the comments made by the representative from Ka'awaloa and the representative from Moanalua be entered into the record as if they were my own.
So ordered. Further, Representative Okimoto,
Mr. Speaker, with reservations, please.
please proceed.
May I also request to have the comments inserted into the journal as if they were my own from the representative from Moanalua, or the chair of CPC, as well as the representative from Lihui, Kauai.
So ordered.
Brief comments as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise with earnest reservations today. As someone who grew up hearing the stories of our relatives working in the pineapple or sugarcane fields for less than $1 a day, I know the importance of having an excellent job with a good income. It's a way out of poverty for many. It allows people to provide for their families. And we all know the immense sense of dignity that comes from being able to support oneself. While some employees would undoubtedly make more money with an increase in wages, many of their colleagues would pay for it with cuts to their work hours and even the loss of their jobs. That's because good businesses are experts in adaptation. When they are forced to pay employees more with no corresponding increase in revenues to help pay for it, they have to resort to some combination of cutting employees' hours, laying off employees, replacing employees with automation, shipping jobs overseas, passing the costs onto customers, or permanently closing their doors. Most of the time, the cost of a higher minimum wage can be entirely passed on to customers. As many customers refuse to pay or are unable to afford higher prices and end up buying less of what the business is selling. That leads to more hours cut, more layoffs, and more employers, especially our small businesses, shutting their doors for good. Mr. Speaker, in a study by Georgia Tech professor Tue May and her colleagues, research was conducted using a data set from a national fashion retailer. Their research shows that an increase in the minimum wage, while having a negligible impact on total labor hours used by the retailer, leads to a 27.7% increase in the number of workers scheduled per week, but a 21% reduction in weekly hours per worker. These changes translate into extra workers and less hours per worker per week. Such scheduling adjustments reduce the total wage compensation per worker and may also reduce eligibility for benefits. They also show that the minimum wage increase reduces the consistency of weekly and daily schedules for workers, making it challenging to secure financial stability and coordinate with a second job, childcare, or other personal demands. The Harvard Business Review stated just last year that a mere increase of $1 in minimum wage led to an average net loss of nearly $1,600 per year in reduced hours, eligibility for benefits, and schedule consistency per employee. Mr. Speaker, the primary role of minimum wage is training, because any job is the best kind of training for future more specialized jobs. The overwhelming majority of economists agree that raising the minimum wage will mean fewer job opportunities for lower skilled workers. Jobs that were previously available to them as training jobs or entry-level positions will now be replaced with more qualified and trained individuals, or simply move to autonomous services if they can afford to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is not just the private sector that will take a hit. When the government mandates a hike in the minimum wage, there will be some winners, but there will also be a significant number of losers. Someone must pay for the cost of the increase. Taxpayers will carry this burden as the higher cost of the unfunded mandate is handed down to our state and county governments. Unskilled young Native Hawaiians pay in the form of fewer job opportunities, and consumers pay as businesses pass on the cost of the mandate through higher prices. Mr. Speaker, it is likely that this measure would directly hurt the very people it is intended to help. There are better ways to increase people's wages that don't create destruction in the process. We have heard all session about how industries such as our restaurants and retail services will negatively be impacted by this. Many will have to shutter their doors indefinitely. There is, however, one industry that I see that has only been touched on briefly, the childcare sector. Mr. Speaker, the average childcare worker makes about $12 an hour. Whereas some industries such as restaurants and retailers can respond to minimum wage hikes by reducing their workforce, eliminating certain employee benefits, cutting back on facilities and equipment, or automating jobs, strict childcare regulations leave little room for childcare centers to adjust to cost increases. A childcare provider's only viable option is to pass the wage increases onto families in the form of higher prices.
McDermott?
I yield my time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For providers in high-cost areas that are already paying near or above $18 an hour, the impact would be small, but costs could increase tremendously for providers in low-cost regions. While we know how beneficial it is for children to have one parent at home until they are school-aged, the reality is here in Hawaii that staying home is not an option for many lower-income and working-class folks and single parents. And raising the cost of childcare only makes an already difficult situation even harder. Based on recent surveys from the Chamber of Commerce and their affiliates, coupled with studies on the impacts of minimum wage in localities, and the testimony of so many of our business owners, there is no doubt in my mind that this bill will cost people their businesses and have little to no impact on the real problems facing the cost of living in our state. So why am I voting up on this? Because as hard as this is, I believe in compromise. The Chamber of Commerce came out and said that if we are intent to pass this piece of legislation, then at least stagger it to give some of our people a fighting chance. And $18 by 2028, a permanent refundable tax credit, and a tip credit was the compromise. Mr. Speaker, I only hope that when I leave this chamber to go meet with my business owners in my community, as I have been throughout the pandemic, some of whom may lose everything, that they will be as understanding as I have been. However, I don't blame them one bit for being rightfully upset, and I share with them a mutual frustration about the direction of the state. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the government can't artificially create good pay. It results in unintended consequences, and the people who should be most helped are often the most harmed. I deeply and sincerely hope that when this distinguished body reconvenes to these chambers next January, that it seriously begins to consider removing many of our regressive taxes, which are a primary cause of the cost of living in Hawaii, and focus their efforts on eliminating government-created barriers that significantly hinder our ability to create work and higher wages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? If not, we're on CCR
Mr.
230.
Speaker.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this measure.
Please proceed.
Our families are hurting in Hawaii. People are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're leaving our state because they cannot afford to live here. People are struggling and they need help. This is a bill that I have wrestled with all session. There are really great parts of this bill, but I have reservations whether it's the best path forward. I have made a commitment during my time in the legislature that I don't vote reservations on a final bill. I either vote yes or no. And so I made the very, very difficult choice today to vote no, even though there are really great components. I wholeheartedly support making the earned income tax credit refundable and permanent, as this will really benefit low-income and working people. It will increase economic activity and counteract regressivity in the tax code. This is so important and so needed for our communities. When we were considering a minimum wage increase to $13 in 2020, I was willing to support the bill. Then COVID hit, And before we shut down the legislature, I gave a speech on this floor stating that I agree with the increase, but now is not the best time. Here we are today, considering a 78% increase to the minimum wage when the economic climate is so much worse. We are putting so much hope in raising the minimum wage when there are so many other ways to achieve the same goal, to support working families. That's why I've introduced bills to lower the income tax. A third of our paycheck is being taken away by taxes, collectively of one of the highest taxes in the state, in the nation. Imagine the impact that we could make if we gave people more of their hard-earned money back in their pocket. For years, I've introduced a bill to eliminate tax on necessities like food and medical services. This would immediately help people in their everyday lives, and it's something that most other states do. Over the last 2 years, our island small businesses have weathered storm after storm. Businesses have had to deal with government-imposed restrictions that were put there for the intended health and safety of our population, but there was constant uncertainty of what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. With mounting pressure from stifling mandates to supply chain crises, hundreds of businesses, ranging from startups to family legacies, were given no choice but to close their doors. And for those who remain, the challenges are far from over. When this bill passed through the House, I shared the difficulty that small businesses like my 112-year-old family farm in Wahiawa will face. I've talked to several small businesses in my community that have been there for years, and they shared how they would really struggle. People like Joanne Shigeoka from Shige Saimin and Miriam from Brio Cafe said they'd most likely go out of business if this passes. Not only has there been uncertainty from the pandemic, but the general cost of business has gone up. Big box and chain stores will be fine. They can afford to automate their systems and have more checkout lines. Who are really hurting is our local business owner, all the employees that work for them, and their families. We're inviting big businesses to come in and take over our state because the small guys can't make it. I agree that in difficult times, everyone needs to pitch in to help, businesses and government together. I would have been in support of a multi-pronged approach with a slight raise in the minimum wage, making the EITC permanent and refundable, and many other forms of tax relief, like eliminating the GET and an income tax reduction for the residents who need it most, especially since we have a surplus in our budget this year. Our communities do need help. The legislature needs to continue to work to find a reasonable, well-rounded solution for the people of our state that doesn't rely on such an immense increase in the minimum wage. Going forward, we need to focus on other ways to lower the cost of living in our state and to support our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could have written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, we're on 233-22. Any discussion? 234-22, Representative Tarnas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of this measure.
Please proceed.
As we began to engage in serious policy discussions on the management framework for Mauna Kea, it was clear to me that the primary focus should be on what is best for Mauna Kea itself. As an environmental planner for my entire career here in Hawaii, over 3.5 decades, I recognize that environmental stewardship is an important public and personal responsibility. A healthy environment supports our quality of life. In my work on this bill, I had 2 main objectives for a new management framework for Mauna Kea. First, respect our indigenous people by providing a substantive voice for Native Hawaiians in the management decisions for Mauna Kea. Secondly, ensure a stable, supportive future for astronomy on Mauna Kea through a community-based mutual stewardship model. We have all seen over the past several years that the status quo of Mauna Kea's management needs to change. Native Hawaiians do not feel they have had a voice in the management of the Mauna, and that needs to change. The astronomy community feels that they do not have the relationship of mutual respect and benefit which they really want to have with the community, including and especially Native Hawaiians, and that also needs to change. Mauna Kea is of paramount importance to our community. Mauna Kea is also the best place on the planet for astronomy. Recognizing this competitive advantage for astronomy, the Hawaii state government has invested significant resources on Mauna Kea through state agencies and the University of Hawaii. Over the last 50 years, long-term leases have provided the security for U.S. and international organizations to invest billions of dollars in constructing and operating observatories on Mauna Kea. Today, astronomy has a total economic impact to the state of approximately $220 million annually, generates about 1,300 jobs statewide, and provides significant STEM education and workforce development opportunities for our community. My district includes the town of Waimea, where there are 2 headquarters of major observatories operating on Mauna Kea. My constituents, including Native Hawaiians and those who are not of Hawaiian ancestry, have made their voices known, saying, "We support astronomy that is done with respect for the environment and Native Hawaiian cultural values, and provides education and employment opportunities to Hawaii's people." The directors of the Keck Observatory, Subaru Telescope, and Gemini Observatory recently released a consensus statement on the principles for the future management of astronomical facilities on Mauna Kea. These principles are consistent with the policies of the Astro 2020 Decadal Survey, which guides the future of astronomy research in the United States. These principles have also been endorsed by other national astronomy organizations. In their statement of principles, these Mauna Kea Observatory directors have stated, quote, "We strongly believe there is a vibrant and sustainable future for astronomy on Mauna Kea, a future based on a community model of astronomy in which relationships and partnerships between the community and astronomy thrive, upheld by the values of respect, collaboration, and inclusion. The observatories are permitted by the state to conduct activities on Mauna Kea lands, public lands that are important to multiple stakeholders and of great cultural importance to the Hawaiian community. We, the observatories on Mauna Kea, are grateful for our privilege of observing the universe on Mauna Kea." The Mauna Kea Observatories also stated, quote, "It is through the lens of this framework that we remain deeply committed to ensuring the local and Native Hawaiian community is included as we work together in forging a positive future for Mauna Kea. We seek a community-based mutual stewardship model which will allow astronomy to thrive alongside other interests sensitive to the needs of the local community." Based on all this, it was clear to the State House that the status quo was no longer acceptable. We felt the legislature had a responsibility to grapple with this very difficult and contentious issue and develop an alternative management framework for Mauna Kea.
Representative Branco.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
Thank you. Our legislative purpose was not to criticize the University of Hawaii and its management, but rather to learn from the UH experience and recommend a management framework that builds on these lessons. The State House formed the Mauna Kea Working Group through your leadership, Mr. Speaker, to engage with numerous representatives of the Native Hawaiian community who had demonstrated a sincere commitment to the stewardship kuleana of Mauna Kea. The dialogue and deliberations of the Mauna Kea Working Group were done with respect and humility. We learned a lot from each other and recognized we share common values and a sense of responsibility for careful stewardship of Mauna Kea. I am deeply grateful to the working group members who gave their time, mana'o, and commitment to this process. The working group recognized that the controversy regarding management of Mauna Kea is connected to larger questions and long-standing issues, not all of which can be addressed in this legislation. But we can. And what I believe we have done in this legislation is create a framework for managing Mauna Kea which provides an alternative path, one which provides a substantive voice for Native Hawaiians in the process of Mauna Kea's management, while supporting a sustainable future for astronomy on Mauna Kea. Mr. Speaker, when an issue is so controversial, the easy option for us as a legislature is to leave it to another year, another session, another administration, another entity to craft a solution. And for members of our communities, the easy option is to stand aside and criticize the system without engaging in the harder work of moving towards a solution. I am deeply grateful to my fellow legislators, the stakeholders, and the members of the community who were willing to come to the table to find a better path forward. And the Native Hawaiian community leaders who have been part of the working group and this legislative process have brought their mana'o, their hard work, and solutions-oriented thinking, which is the heart of this legislation. The Mauna Kea observatories and the astronomy community have done their part by acknowledging how having a better relationship with the community, especially the Native Hawaiian community, is of vital importance to their work and values. The university has done their part by participating fully in the discussions in the Mauna Kea Working Group and listening to the concerns and criticisms from others. And they also made systemic changes in their own administrative organization through the establishment of the Center for Mauna Kea Stewardship. I am grateful for these strong leaders who were steadfast in their commitment to the process. Their engagement made it possible for us to envision the possibility of a brighter future for Mauna Kea. This measure takes a carefully balanced approach by stating that it is the policy of the state to support astronomy that is consistent with a mutual stewardship paradigm in which ecology, the environment, natural resources, cultural practices, education, and science are in balance and synergy. This approach is consistent with the approach supported by leaders in the Native Hawaiian community, members of the Mauna Kea Working Group, and leaders in the astronomical community in Hawaii and the nation. The process of arriving at this conference draft involved not only a year-long working group, but also extensive hearings, consultation, and testimony from stakeholders and community members at every step of this legislative process. Now, I ask my colleagues here in the State House to support this legislation, which provides a new path forward for managing Mauna Kea. It creates a kuleana for everyone who cares about the future of the Mauna. I ask all the stakeholders to embrace the opportunity and now do the hard work of engaging collaboratively in the process established by this new management framework and move forward together. And Mr. Speaker, may I have permission to enter additional remarks into the journal?
So ordered.
Mahalo.
Is there further discussion? Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise with reservations.
Please proceed.
Speaker, I really appreciate the comments of the speaker from the Big Island who represents that district well, has stated eloquently and articulately the position. However, because of the volatility of this situation, I'm a bit skeptical. I would like to see it more so as a pilot to see if it works, and then we change it and adjust it. I'm not sure that given the history of this issue, we are going to have a settlement. Or, as I said in a different speech, the test of the pudding is in the tasting. When we see what he has said come true, then it shall be done. But until then, I remain skeptical. Thank you.
Representative McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support. However, I have reservations, which was reflected by the speaker earlier. In fact, may I have the words of the representative of Hawaii Kai entered in the journal as if they were my own?
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I reached out to members of the Native Hawaiian community about the CD1 draft, and they had concerns with the fact that the membership may not reflect what they feel should have been the end result, Mr. Speaker. However, it's a phased-in approach. It's an approach which will allow time for future legislatures to come back and look at the composition issue. It's been a year in which I think many of the concerns can be addressed down the road. However, Mr. Speaker, I think that the concerns are so valid that I have to have reservations with them going forward. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, though, as we started this all, my reservations were grounded in the fact that, and not a no vote, and the fact that for the bill to fail means we're left with the status quo of the one entity having complete and unilateral control and decision-making over the entire area. And that those who have a different voice, those in the Native Hawaiian community in particular, won't have the ability to echo that voice. And then I was talking to one of my Maui colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and they brought up the fact that the Big Island delegation in the House and the Senate have worked hard on this and have had hours and hours and hours of meetings with many different stakeholders from many different areas. And in the end, it's self-determination for them. They are the elected representatives and senators of their island. And so therefore, as one from Maui who was in the same position would appreciate the support to be able to work with my community, I think therefore the measure should go forward. But that doesn't dilute the concerns that I and many others have with the measure, and hope that in the future that these concerns can be addressed so that there is greater inclusivity and specifications for the members of this working group to ensure that all the voices are heard. Mahalo.
Representative Presti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
Please proceed.
I was originally opposed to it, but I really do appreciate the changes and the work that's been put into this My reservations largely stem, Mr. Speaker, from one specific line in the bill, and I'd like to talk about that. Section 6D, line 3, that the framework may include a set of principles for returning the lands used for astronomy research to their natural state whenever observatories are decommissioned or, quote, no longer have research or educational value. Mr. Speaker, why include that phrase? That's what really concerns me. There seems to be a faulty logic that somehow the fact that we have space-based astronomy and space-based astronomy will continue to grow, that somehow that might lead to ground-based astronomy becoming obsolete. And that's faulty logic. The shovel is not obsolete because we have the backhoe. The magnifying glass is not obsolete because we have the microscope. So my concern, Mr. Speaker, is this language of no longer have research or educational value will be weaponized. It will be weaponized by those who want to get rid of all astronomy on the Mauna, and that's where my reservations are. What gives me solace is the intent of this bill in Section 8 is very clear that it is the support of astronomy is now the policy of the state. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Representative Dale Kobayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard, I'm speaking in opposition, so
Please
I've heard many proponents of this working group describe this as really a win-win situation, that everybody's happy on this, everybody's bought off on it. For this particular predicament where I think you consider it basically the ultimate zero-sum game, I don't see any win-win possible here. I think what we're hearing is basically window dressing for what the intent is of this, which is really to legitimatize the building of the telescopes. And make no mistake, I think regardless of all the pretty wording, well, that's exactly what we're doing right here. And there's certain things that I think you can navigate, certain outcomes. But I think when you hear the proponents of this talking about how this is going to work to make everybody happy, those that consider the telescopes to be a desecration, as well as those that consider astronomy the most important thing in the world, it really doesn't make any sense for there to be any win-win on this. And I think you got to really look through a lot of the pretty wording and see what we're really doing here. And as a result, I've done that, and I'm a clear no on this. Thank you.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I have to be very honest. When we engaged in this process, I was not confident. I could remember back and look at the standoff that we saw at Mauna Kea, and I was thinking, how are we going to navigate through all of this? But Mr. Speaker, thanks to the hard work of your committee members on this, the skillful facilitation of the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Chair and the Water and Land Chair, as well as the representative from District 43, they took months to navigate a process that brought stakeholders together. And the words and the phrase that I take away from the speaker from Waimea's comments is that what they have built and designed is a community model of mutual stewardship, an alternative management framework going forward. Again, several years ago, I could not see a way forward, and we have that way forward because they have done the difficult work of bringing stakeholders together. Now, that work has not been for nothing. At the highest levels of astronomy now, at the National Academies of Science in the Decadal Survey of Astronomy and Astrophysics of 2020, we are hearing these words of community models of stewardship and management. So whatever happens with the outcome of this bill, this work of this House and this committee has already had an impact at national levels and changed the conversation. And that is precisely what this state is great about, what the culture of Native Hawaiians is great about. It's about mutual stewardship and bringing people together and to see a way forward. So my hope is that this
bill is more than just pretty words. It's already made a difference at national and federal levels. And there are conversations not just happening on our islands, but in other places, because the rights and the voices of Indigenous people need to be heard. And for me, it is a good day that it was the work of this House committee, it was the work of this House body that said, let us find a way forward. And that my hope is that this bill will move forward and that we see that this management model is implemented in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Capella,
With reservations, Mr. Speaker.
please proceed.
Just reservations.
So ordered. Representative Nakashima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
About 7 months ago, when I was charged with leading this working group by you, setting me on an odyssey that I was not sure where we would end up. However, given the experience I've had, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to lead this working group and to come to know all of the members of the working group. I'd like to read for the body a letter received from Dr. Noi Wong Wilson, who is a resident of my district and who was a member of the working group. And she writes, I am writing to ask you to support HB 2024, HD1, SD1, CD1 relating to Mauna Kea. The establishment of a new Mauna Kea Stewardship and Oversight Authority, which will be responsible solely for the care and well-being of the Mauna and will set precedent for a true community-based and government partnership for stewarding the most important natural, cultural, and historic resource we have in Hawaii, which is the Aina. I do believe that good stewardship can place the interests of the Mauna, cultural practitioners, community, education, and science, including good astronomy and conservation efforts in alignment. The plan for transition of the stewardship from UH to a new authority will be challenging, but the plan is well thought out and will require cooperation from all parties. If the well-being of the Mauna Kea is the common goal, the transition can be achieved with support from everyone, including you, our elected officials. Mahalo for your hard work through the last few months. My experience on the Mauna Kea Working Group and supporting this bill through the year's legislative process has been enlightening, exciting, and sometimes daunting. I have witnessed the earnest dedication of our elected officials. I must give to the process in order to make good decisions for the people and our beloved home. So I'd like to thank Dr. Noi Wong Wilson for her words of support. And I'd like to also ask permission to include the names of the other working group members into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? Representative Gates.
Reservation.
So ordered. Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
So ordered.
My reservations for this measure have always been about the process of how we got here. Thank you to the chair of the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee for leading the working group. But, we didn't have any participation from the Senate until the last couple weeks in session. And thank you very much to the chair of the Higher Ed Committee in the Senate for coming together and working on this with us. As we had previously heard, there would be no cooperation. So at least we're here at this point. But just because we have this bill doesn't mean the issue is over. Those who participated in the working group are very thankful and do appreciate the work product. I'm not sure that's the common theme across the Hawaiian community. My stance has always been to continue this conversation and not try to fix it in one time. It's obviously not of, super important to have a 5-year transition period, so we could use a year or two to, tighten this up a little bit more. But I am very thankful that we could sit in a room with a bunch of Native Hawaiians and get a respectful discussion, and I hope that we can continue with this moving forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Speaker?
Representative McKelvey.
Just real quickly, still in reservations, would like the words of the previous speaker also enter the journals if they were.
So ordered. Representative Tokioka.
Reservations.
So ordered.
And same request, if I can have the words from the speaker from Kalihi entered into journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Is further discussion? If not, 235-22. Okay, next page, 249-22. Representative Sayama.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
As the legislature moves measures to put money into working families' pockets right now, this bill looks to help their families when they retire. Currently, tens of thousands of Hawaii's private sector employees have little access to or no knowledge of investing in their retirement future. Even small businesses who want to provide employees with retirement benefits simply are unable to due to the cost and complexity of managing a retirement program. Without a robust retirement plan, workers will continue to step into retirement only to fall into poverty and grow dependent on public assistance programs. Today, however, we shine a light on this bleak future. Thanks to the dedicated advocacy of AARP and the collaboration and leadership of the chairs of Labor and Tourism, Consumer Protection and Commerce, and Finance, this bill will establish a state retirement savings program. This program represents a strong commitment to helping local businesses and their employees open and enroll into retirement savings program. Combined with $1 million for education and outreach and a $500 match for the first 50,000 employee participants, I am extremely hopeful we will see more workers save for their future and live with dignity as they age. This was no small feat, and I'd like to again extend my warmest thanks to everyone who was involved to making this measure possible today. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
This has been an issue that has been on the legislature's table for several years, and thanks to the advocacy of ARP and many of the members here, we are here passing a really good bill. This bill allows for individuals who would like an opportunity to participate in a retirement savings only because their employers do not provide any type of 401k or other opportunities, an opportunity for the first time to be able to participate thanks to the efforts of the prior labor chair, who is a CPC chair, and the current labor chair. This is an example of the legislature grappling with a very tough issue and trying to figure out a way where it's not just providing money, but finding a way to implement it correctly. And this is an example of where the working group and the interim work really worked. And so we wanted to just thank all the members, especially the members of the working group and especially ARP, for bringing us this far on something that is workable, something that is good for Hawaii's workers, and something that we can be all proud of. And this will be a first in the nation of an example where other states have shied away from opt-out system, and now they have an example that they can use to look at perhaps a successful opt-in with a significant amount of investment by the state. So thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? If not, 250-22, Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and strong support.
Please proceed.
For the betterment of Native Hawaiians, for the betterment of the conditions of Native Hawaiians, that's what this bill is about, and that's why the Office of Hawaiian Affairs was created in 1978. This may seem like the smaller bill this year with $600 million going to DHHL and $328 million going to the Kalima case, but let me assure you that this measure is just as important. Why is it important? It's important because we are exercising our clear authority as a legislature to set OHA's pro rata share closer to the 20% that they're owed. I've stood up here and read all the constitutional stuff and sections in the HRS, so I won't do that today. But to be clear, by anybody's accounting, either OHA or DLNR's, we're still far short of that 20% number, probably around 10% with this 21 million. So we still have a long way to go. Mr. Speaker, I introduce this bill every year, and I'm very thankful to stand here. And thank you to the Finance Chair, the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs. I'm not going to go down the list. Everybody, thank you guys so much. To be here on final reading, increasing this amount is amazing. So many good things have happened for Hawaiians this year, and I've kind of been numb to it all with how much money is flowing into our community. Until this morning. And this morning I was walking back from picking up breakfast for my grandma, and I was standing on the corner waiting for the light, and I turned around and I looked in the graveyard. It's across the street from my house, and I saw these two Hawaiian flags not flapping in the wind, just straight up. I could see both flags just blowing in the wind. And it just hit me, the progress that we're making and the lives that will be changed by what we're doing here. But, Mr. Speaker, also in that graveyard is a not so happy reminder of the progress we have made. In the graveyard is buried Joseph Kahahabai. 90 years ago in 1932, he was murdered. I won't go into the case, the Massey case. But we've obviously come a long way since then. This additional $5 million a year, and the fact that we are acknowledging that we have been underpaying for so many years is just amazing. And with all the progress made, Mr. Speaker, as evidenced by the comments I referenced in my floor speech a couple weeks ago, we still have a long way to go. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in strong support with mild opposition.
Please proceed.
Why do I have strong support with mild opposition? Well, this bill is about what the previous speaker said, getting the 20% to the OHA, which doesn't actually give the 20%. That is the difficulty. But let me go back to Governor Waihee and saying that, hey, this was a banner year. Clearly it was a banner year. In fact, not only because of the money, but because this is the most debate I've ever heard in my, however many terms I've been here, about Hawaiian issues, and in a positive light, Speaker. So I think this is really historical, that we're not only giving money, but we're talking about it in a positive way, and we want to be more constructive. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleagues that the Constitution says clearly that there should be 20% of the revenues to the benefit of OHA to do its claims. In fact, it even did a study in 2015 that said of the just about $400 million of the lands that it should get 20%, there should be about $78,900,000 that would go to them. And referencing the previous speaker, we're about halfway to that 20%, Mr. Speaker. And I know there's a working group. You're going to say, hey, there's a working group. They're going to figure it out. Well, how many times have they tried to inventory the lands, how to figure the lands? When will the working group actually say, not only will there be a 20%, but it'll be on gross? Because we reneged on that and said, well, we actually can do net. And, Mr. Speaker, I think we shortchanged the Hawaiian community. I guess the bottom line is this, and I'm going to quote the representative of Kailua. When we have in the Constitution, we have by statute, what is rightly owed to Hawaiians, why do they have to go to court? Because if this doesn't come to pass to be 20%, this is another Kalima case in the making, Mr. Speaker. That shouldn't have to happen, but it may happen, and I think we'll be regretting all the good things that we've done today, because if they don't go, it's not going to progress. What ultimately is this, Mr. Speaker, the Hawaiian community needs self-determination. To get self-determination, it needs money, and it needs money that is rightly owed. I'm not talking about sovereignty. I'm talking about self-determination, which may a degree of sovereignty contain. Mr. Speaker, the Hawaiian community is in a rising renaissance. We'll know more about it in the 2022 election in a few months, but there's a new awakening. Some know that the cultural renaissance began in my district at Kalama Valley, when George Santos, the pig farmer, laid in front of the tractors that were going to knock down his farm, and Kalama Valley was going to be built by Bishop Estate. The Renaissance now is a political awareness, a political consciousness that says, hey, we are the Hawaiian people, we are the indigenous people, we are the ones that have got all of these statutory rights, but we got to go to court to enforce them. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I hope today, as a banner year, a banner dialogue that we have, is going to be a continuation of a good relationship and a fulfilling of what has been promised for years and years to the Hawaiian community. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, 251-22. 252-22. Any discussion?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
Please proceed.
And I'm just disappointed that the final version of this it's a much weaker bill than what the legislature started off with. Thank you so much.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, if we could go back to Conference Committee Report number 250-22, and if I could request to insert written comments in support.
Okay, that's so ordered. We're back on 252-22. Any discussion on this measure or any other measure? If not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 51, CCR number 198-22, SB number 2511, ST2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Lopresti, Peruso, Wildberger. On page 52, CCR number 215-22, SB number 1297, ST1, HD1, CD1, Capella votes no. On page 53, CCR number 229-22, SB number 2473, ST2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Dale Kobayashi, TAM. CCR number 230-22, SB number 3334, SD2, HD1, CD1, Peruso votes no. On page 54, CCR number 23222, HB number 2510, HD2, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Kong, Quinlan. On CCR number 234-22, HB number 2024, HD1, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Hashem, Dale Kobayashi. On page 55, CCR number 251-22, SB number 2474, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. CCR number 252-22, SB number 2290, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 51, CCR 195-22, SB 3284, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 52, CCR 203, HB 2405, HD2 SD2 CD1. Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 216-22, SB 2070, SD1 HD1 CD1. Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 229-22, SB 2473, SD2 HD2 CD1. Representative McDermott votes no. On page 54, CCR 232-22, HB 2510, HD2 SD1 CD1. Representative Matsumoto votes no. CCR 235-22, HB 2260, HD1 SD2 CD1. Representative Okimoto votes no. Page 55. CCR 249-22, SB 3289, SD2 HD2 CD1. Representative McDermott votes no. CCR 251-22, SB 2474, SD2 HD1 CD1. Representative Okimoto votes no. CCR 252-22, SB 2290, SD1 HD1 CD1. Representatives McDermott and Okimoto vote no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? Representative Prusso.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to go back. I'm not sure what happened, but I did not register a no vote, or I do not choose to register a no vote for CCR 230, SB number 3334. I would like to register a no vote for CCR 229, SB number 2473, which has to do with ADC.
So ordered.
Mahalo.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? If so, said measures pass final reading. Members, can we take a 5-minute recess? Recess subject to the call of the chair.
Members of the House, please be seated.
Will the House come to order? Members, we're on page 56. We have two motions. Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the amendments made by the Senate to House Bill number 980, House Draft 1, House Bill number 986, House Draft 1, House Bill number 987, House Draft 1, House Bill number 1411, House Draft 2, House Bill number 1579, House Draft 2, House Bill number 1681, House Draft 2, House Bill number 1705, House Draft 1, House Bill number 1758, House Draft 2, House Bill number 1829, House Draft 2, House Bill number 1891, House Draft 1, House Bill number 1894, House Draft 3, House Bill number 2026, House Draft 2, House Bill number 2049, House Bill number 2112, House Draft 1, House Bill number 2141, House Draft 1, House Bill number 2179, House Draft 1, House Bill number 2233, House Draft 1, House Bill number 2248, House Draft 1, and House Bill number 2515, House Draft 2.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to pass final reading, Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, I move that said House bills with Senate drafts as listed on pages 56 through 59 pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Right, is there any discussion beginning on page 56, HB number 986? Okay, I'm sorry, 980. Any discussion on 980? HB 986, HB 987, HB 1411, HB 1579, HB 1681, HB 1705. Representative Wildberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations, please.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, HB 1758, HB 1829, HB 1891, HB 1894, HB 2026, HB 2049, HB 2112, HB 2141, HB 2179, HB 2233. Representative Nakamura.
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
I'll keep this very short. I just wanted to say that this bill will give families $500 a year in rental assistance per month, and it will help our working families, over 4,000 of them who are in the TANF and the TAONF program. And what's exciting about this bill is that we will be using $4 million in general funds to leverage $19 million in federal TANF funds that have been sitting unused each year. I just want to take this time to, Mr. Speaker, thank our Finance Chair, Sylvia Luke, for working with me during the interim to structure this bill, our Vice Chair of Housing for sitting through so many meetings to craft this bill. And I want to give a shout out to the Department of Human Services, Benefit Employment and Support Services Division, and the TANF staff for being a real partner in crafting this bill. I finally want to thank the 28 co-introducers. I want to mahalo to all of you for your support in helping the neediest families in Hawaii.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, HB 2248, HB 2515. Is there any discussion? Representative Yamane.
Mr. Speaker, in support, brief comments.
Please proceed.
On HB 2515, this majority package bill, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Select Committee and my colleagues that represented the various committee chairs and district area representatives. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that your committee worked diligently with entities like Board of Water Supply, Department of Health, and the military to actually have a resolution in which we are looking at the closure of the fuel tanks. Mr. Speaker, this measure here before you regarding the laboratory, I think will then, which we are going to try to secure federal funds as part of the settlement moving forward, will then actually help all people of Hawaii and be used in a wide variety of situations to protect our aina as well as the people of Hawaii. So on behalf of everybody, thank you.
Representative Gandanen.
In strong support, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
May I have the words of the previous speaker entered into the journal as my own?
So ordered.
In brief comment, this bill is absolutely necessary in order to expedite the testing of our groundwater. Prior to this, we were shipping these test vials out to California for a lab. Famously, at the beginning of this emergency in January, some of those testing vials got displaced. There were some other issues. How dangerous this is can't be understated. You know, if we don't get this in time, we could easily see our freshwater being inundated by not just jet fuel, but a variety of other things. So my thanks to the other members of the Red Hill Committee on working on this. Of course, there's a lot of work to do. This has been an evolving crisis that our various elected officials, from the governor to our legislature, our city and county elected officials, and our federal delegation have been working on diligently. It's one of the first times, I mean, I'm new, but I don't know of any other instance in which all elected officials have been in complete agreement as to what the necessity is to defend our constitutional rights to clean water and to advocate for our communities and for the health of our continued environment. So again, thank you to the other folks that worked on this with the Red Hill Committee, and we're going to keep our eye on this in the interim and hopefully in the years to come.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative McKelvey.
Can we go back to 2233 when you have a second?
Okay, let's finish 2515. Any discussion? If not, 2233.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief, but I just want to stand on this in strong support. Mr. Speaker, when we're asked by people, and I spoke earlier, you know, on the floor amendment for this reason, what have we done to address the cost of living? We need to point to this bill as well, Mr. Speaker. In my district alone, rents are spiraling thanks to the new wave of investment acquisition of houses and apartments and condominiums. And this measure here will help our people in being able to meet at least somewhat these challenges. And you know, Mr. Speaker, to tap these unused federal funds just sitting there that could be utilized by the people of Hawaii amounts, in my mind, to government waste. And for us to draw these monies down and put them in the pockets of working families to help combat the high cost of rent, not only is a cost of living measure, but also is a waste corruption measure too, because money unused is money wasted. So again, thank you to the chairs of Finance and Housing for this bill. It's very important. Thank you.
Okay, is there additional discussion on HB 2233 or any other measure? If not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 57, HB number 1705, HD1, SD1, Rep. Capella votes no. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 58, HB 1894, HD3, SD2, Representative McDermott votes no. On page 59, HB 2179, HD1, SD1, Representative McDermott votes no. And on HB 2515, HD2, SD2, Representative McDermott votes no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? If so, said measures pass final reading. We're on page 60. We're on House Special Committee Report number 1-22. Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Special Committee Report number 1-2022 and the recommendations contained therein.
Representative Okimoto.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, members, is there any discussion on SCR 1-22?
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Har,
may I rise on a point of personal privilege?
please state your point.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to apologize again to you, this body, my family, my constituents, including the petitioners, who I've had the honor and privilege of representing for the past 16 years. I again want to apologize for any shame and embarrassment that I caused, and I humbly ask that you find it in your hearts to forgive me. At this time, Mr. Speaker, may I request additional comments into the journal,
So
and I
ordered.
respectfully request to be recused from this vote.
Yes, you're excused from this vote, Representative. Is there further discussion? If not, we will take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. The motion is carried. We're on item 6, final reading. So we'll have a couple of motions, members. The first is the motion to agree. The second is to pass final reading. Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the amendments made by the Senate to House Bill number 1575, House Draft 2.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to pass final reading, Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill number 1575, House Draft 2, as listed on page 60, passes final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, on the measure before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Matsumoto.
On the measure before us, all minority members vote aye.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? If so, said measure passes final reading. Members, could you please refer to supplemental calendar number 1, item 1, reports of conference committees. So members, as you know, the Senate President and I exercise our powers under Rule 13 of the Committees on Conference Procedures to extend the filing deadline for fiscal bills from 11:30 p.m. on April 29 to 1 a.m. on April 30, 2022. Conference Committee Reports 253-22 through 255-22 were filed after the close of the journal on April 29. Therefore, these reports are listed on today's order of the day to receive the 48-hour notice of final form required by the Constitution. They will be before this chamber for final reading during our Thursday, May 5th floor session. Members, could you now please turn to your digital action sheets? We'll be taking up 3 motions to take up 2 House bills. The first is to suspend the rules to reconsider, and second, to reconsider our previous action, and third, to pass final reading. Representative Belatti for the motion to suspend.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House to reconsider action previously taken in disagreeing to amendments made by the Senate to certain House bills.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to reconsider, Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider action previously taken in disagreeing to the amendments made by the Senate and to agree to the amendments to the following House bills as referenced on your digital action sheets. House Bill number 1570, House Draft 1, and House Bill number 2088, House Draft 3.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to pass final reading, Representative Belatti.
Mr. Speaker, I move that said House bills with Senate drafts pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion beginning with House Bill number 1570, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 2? Representative Wahlberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with strong reservations.
So please proceed.
Thank you, and in solidarity with the advocates who've been working so hard and hoping for a bill that didn't have amendments created by the industry offering so many exemptions. We know that 1 in 3 high school students is vaping. We know that 1 in 5 middle school students is vaping. And the irony isn't lost on me that our feeble colleagues that are addicted are vaping while we're discussing this bill. The advocates are so exasperated, they'd rather wait
another year than have a compromise bill pass, but that's what we do here is compromise, and appreciating the efforts of this bill's introducer and his desire to continue to work on this. I offer my reservations in solidarity with the advocates who care so much about our public health. Mahalo.
Representative Capella,
In opposition, Mr. Speaker,
please proceed.
42% of Native Hawaiian high schoolers statewide currently vape, with neighbor island communities at the forefront of this epidemic. 35.4% of Hawaii Island high schoolers currently vape, with 57% of Hawaii Island high schoolers saying that they have tried vaping. That's nearly 10% higher than the state average. The tobacco industry has a history of targeting communities of color, women, LGBTQ communities with flavors, and specifically the menthol flavor. This bill contains an exemption that would leave over 1,000 flavored products on the market. This broad exemption language was requested in written testimony by a tobacco lobbyist, the same company that holds over 30% of the vaping market share, and its largest shareholder is Altria, the parent company of Philip Morris. The state of Hawaii filed a lawsuit against this company in 2020 for its predatory marketing towards children, and several other states have settled similar cases for millions of dollars. Incremental progress does not work when dealing with the tobacco industry. They aren't afraid of short-term losses if they can protect their profits in the long term. So I humbly ask you to ask yourselves why a tobacco industry lobbyist would offer an amendment to a flavor ban bill instead of outright opposing the bill. We can't be so short-sighted. What seems like small progress today could be a gaping loophole for years or even just months down the road. The compromises that we make now and the compromise that we're making in this bill is using our keiki and using their futures as bargaining chips. So I strongly support a comprehensive ban on the sale of flavored tobacco products, but agreeing to a tobacco industry amendment is something that I cannot do. My responsibility is to my constituents, and that compels me to think about the long-term consequences of short-term compromise. So for this reason, I have to vote no.
Okay, is there further discussion? Representative Yamane,
Mr. Speaker, standing in support with strong reservations.
please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, as chair, we want to bring to this body bills that bring both sides together. And at times, we are successful. At times, Mr. Speaker, we bring bills in front of the members that both sides don't like, but that's a good thing because that means both have to give. However, Mr. Speaker, this measure before you has some significant concerns that I would like to mention. But beforehand, Mr. Speaker, I want it to be clear that myself and members of the committee are in opposition to any sale of tobacco products, flavored or not, to minors. That was a consistent message that we wanted to make sure resounded, that we wanted to do what we could do to ensure that flavored or regular tobacco products would not get into the hands of our youth. Some of that discussion included meeting with principals to get those products off our school campuses and make sure that there were no avenues, both in stores or online, to get into the hands of our youth. However, Mr. Speaker, the measure before you, I would like to express some concerns and have it inserted into the record. Mr. Speaker, many of you received testimony from the Hawaii Public Health Institute, who is asking for the bill to be killed. Mr. Speaker, in my discussions with them, they brought up that currently in the federal exemptions discussion nationally regarding the substance regarding vaping, there are two major exemptions that could include up to, as mentioned earlier, thousands of products. Mr. Speaker, in this measure also dated April 25th at my request, since there were multiple positions stated, we asked the Department of Health to take a stand. Mr. Speaker, I would like this also be inserted into the record that they provided me on April 25th that they are in opposition to HB 1570.
So ordered.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, the language of the current bill was commented on by the written testimony by the Attorney Generals dated April 1st, which expressed some concerns that I would like to highlight as this bill moves forward, specifically the issue that the title is relating to youth vaping and that in the language it talks about all tobacco products. I did try to get clarification from the Attorney Generals, and as you know, lawyers, they don't move in between actually saying yes or no sometimes. So rather than deal with that, I'm going to just submit their testimony on the language that is before you into the record. Is that okay?
So ordered.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also before you, we have a measure in which will directly impact both the community as well as the Department of Health. And so, I just wanted to make sure that all this is in there for the members to consider. And again, I would just like to highlight that I have some strong reservations. Thank you.
Representative Prusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say that I stand with reservations, support with reservations, and I think that I wanted to say that it's really important that we work on this issue. This has been a top priority of the Keiki Caucus for years now, and I really appreciate the work of my colleague in this area. He's very passionate, dogged, and single-minded, in fact. But I think that those are compliments. I think that this exemption is an almost fatal flaw, and I'm deeply worried about it. And if not for the commitment of my colleague to continue to work on this measure, and my understanding of the strength and the passion of our advocates, and I know that they will also continue to work to eliminate this exemption, I would be voting in opposition, but I have faith in the process and that we're going to continue to fight for a flavored ban.
Representative Ganadan.
No vote, brief comment.
Please proceed.
As noted by the Office of the Attorney General, we still have yet to define vaping itself. I think that this bill has so many issues that we need to return next year with a better draft. Thank you.
Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it seems like we're all in agreement that vaping for minors especially is bad. It seems like we're all in agreement that Hawaii is one of the top in the nation in terms of minors vaping, and it seems like we're all in agreement that flavored vaping targets these minors and is creating an epidemic of massive proportions that my generation, my kids' generations are going to have to deal with. There is no real debate or room for disagreement that nicotine is a highly addictive substance, and it seems like we're all in agreement that we need some kind of control over it. Unfortunately, there really is no regulation on vaping right now. And that's what I want everyone to understand. We are at zero right now. We are at the floor right now. We have nothing protecting our kids right now from flavored vaping products. And although this bill does have an exemption that I did not put in, that I would love to have taken out, it's better than nothing. And even if this exemption is opened up as wide as possible and the FDA starts willy-nilly approving applications, we're going to be at the same place we were, that we're at right now. So the thought that there are thousands of potential products that might be approved by the FDA at some point in the future, that's a red herring. We've got nothing right now. We're allowing all the vaping products on the market right now, and I don't understand why certain organizations are against any kind of forward progress on this issue. We have tried for years in this chamber to pass any kind of flavored vaping ban or restriction or legislation, and we stand here right now, hopefully about to pass something, hopefully about to give our kids some kind of hope that they don't have to be addicted to nicotine for the rest of their lives. It baffles me that we are balking at an exemption that is, to me, a phantom exemption. If you look at the PMTA process, it's quite difficult. There are a number of different things and loopholes that companies have to jump through that are, does it benefit the health in a greater degree than it hurts it, and so on and so forth. There's a reason that only a handful of products have been approved so far. And if you actually read the email that was sent to us, the examples that were being given are pipe tobacco, or a certain kind of flavored pipe tobacco, a certain kind of chewing tobacco, a certain kind of peach flavored cigar. These are not the kinds of things we're trying to stop here. I believe there's only one vaping product, or maybe two, that have actually made it through this process. What this is going to do is it's going to take out nearly all of the flavored vaping products off the market in one fell swoop in Hawaii. That is the kind of progress I need. That's the kind of progress we need, honestly. You're right, this bill is not perfect. It's not going to get rid of 100% of all flavored vaping products. It's not going to somehow prevent any kind of flavored vaping products from making it to the black market. This is not going to prevent every single child in Hawaii from flavored vaping ever. That would be a miracle. I've never seen a bill written as such. But what it will do is it will get rid of the flavored vaping products in Foodland. It'll get rid of the flavored vaping products in Longs. It'll get rid of the vape shops that are selling legal products to people over 21 who are then turning around and selling these products on Instagram, on Facebook, and so on and so forth. It'll make flavored vaping products much more expensive on the black market, or hopefully restrict their access at all, and at least make them more expensive so that kids can't afford these. This is forward progress on this issue. I do not want to start from ground zero again next year. I think we need to take what we've got and work on it next year. So I really appreciate all your support, and thank you to the Speaker for bringing this motion back for consideration. But please, please, let's make progress on this issue and not start from the starting line again next year. Thank you.
Representative Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
Please proceed.
This bill is definitely slightly flawed. However, I believe that it will help us move the needle when it comes to fighting this epidemic. So I just want to express these reservations and to express my commitment to removing that exemption as we move into next year. Thank you.
Representative Takumi.
No vote.
So ordered. Representative Tokioka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask for a point of information, Mr. Speaker, because
Please state your point.
one of the things that has not been discussed with this bill is it's not on the current order of the day. And I know technically we can do this, but people are watching us. So my point of information, Speaker, is could we have waited till sine die to vote on this bill and put it on the order, and people in the general public could have seen what this bill was, what we're going to be voting on this bill on sine die?
Could we take a recess subject to the call of the chair? Recess.
Members of the House, please be seated.
Welcome to order, Representative Tokioka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do know the technical rule, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the clarification, Majority Leader. But I'm sure some people on this body are going to get calls from both sides. And I wanted to address that too. A lot of times we say when you pass a bill and not many sides agree, it's a good bill. In this bill, all the sides don't agree and it's a bad bill. So I want to insert the language or this floor speech of the health chair, because none of us, there is absolutely not one of us on this floor that supports kids getting flavored vapes as products to vape. None of us support that. But we got to come up with a better bill, and I just wanted to share my concerns about the process, because I know we can do it like this, but it would have been better if we did it on sine die, because I know we're going to be passing other bills on sine die. So for that, I just wanted to state my opposition to this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Quinlan.
Reservations, and may I have the words of the health chair inserted as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Gates.
Mr. Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
I believe, as the chairman on the Committee on Health stated, we here as a body do not support any youth vaping, whether it's flavored or non-flavored. And I think that'd be the same for flavored alcohol as well. We don't support our kids drinking flavored alcohol as well. But it's okay for our adults to use it in our current laws as of right now. And I support the intent of the measure, and I want to thank the author for all his hard work, as I know this has been a project he's been working on for quite some time. But my opposition rises because I don't think that prohibition will work. As we look at the history of prohibition, whether it's alcohol or fireworks, in Hawaii, we still find access to it. And again, that's why I rise today, because I feel like with this flavor ban, what we'll see is an explosion in the black market, because as we know, kids are not purchasing these flavored vapes from retail locations that are legal to sell them. They're purchasing it online through a friend. And I challenge our members to go on Facebook, go on Instagram, type in flavored bars. You'll see there's over a dozen sellers of these flavored bars. And that speaks to the need for enforcement and making sure that we have the capability to enforce these type of behaviors and these illegal sales that are happening on the black market. And I feel like if there was somewhat of a tax on this flavored e-cigarettes or vapes in general, that money could be used to provide the resources and funding needed to curb this type of behavior that we're seeing in our youth across the state. On top of that, Speaker, the federal government is going through a rulemaking process to establish regulations on flavored e-cigarettes, and that we should allow for the federal government to supersede us with that, because that will also put Hawaii on an even playing field with the rest of the nation. Because what I can foresee too is that there's going to be other states that will continue to sell flavored vapes as we ban ours, and we'll be importing them into our marketplace as well. On top of that, we collect almost $9 to $10 million in tax revenues from flavored vapes and e-cigarettes combined that could be, again, used for curbing this type of behavior. And my goal is to find something meaningful that will actually solve the issue of the youth vaping epidemic. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should let the problem pay for the solution by taxing these type of products and making sure that also the over 500 retail establishments and 1,000+ jobs aren't lost in July. Because when this bill is enacted on July 1st, essentially all vape shops across the state will no longer exist. And all those jobs, all those unemployment, and people are going to be struggling to find jobs. And that would be something I'd hate to see, Mr. Speaker. Again, my point is that we are banning these products from not just the youth, which aren't able to purchase it at retail locations, but from the adults. And I feel like the adults that are legally purchasing them will influx into the black market, and we'll be spending money on trying to catch people on the black market selling it when we could do better regulation and come up with a better bill. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that I can adopt the words of the health chair as my own and insert it into my journal.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative Okimoto,
Mr. Speaker, in opposition,
please proceed.
permission to insert the comments, to adopt the comments of the chair from the Health Committee as well as the representative from Lihui into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Aquino,
Reservations, please. Written comments to the journal.
so ordered. Representative Tokioka,
Thank you, Speaker. Once again in opposition, but may I ask to insert comments into the journal, additional comments instead of more speeches?
so ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Har,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition, may I please adopt the words of the representative from Ka'u as well as the health chair into the journals if they are my own.
so ordered. Further discussion? Representative Dale Kobayashi,
In opposition, I'd like to take the words of the rep from Waianae as well. And this is, it's really no different than what we're looking at with the regulation for alcohol, strip clubs. I mean, anything else where you got to show an ID and be 21. It is illegal to purchase any vape product without an ID if you're 21. So we're not banning all alcohol products or any other adult-only products. So we need a little consistency on this. Thank you.
okay, so ordered on the written comments. Is there further discussion? Okay, if not, we're on HB 2088. Any discussion? 2088. Okay, if not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On House Bill number 1570, HD1 ST2, the following vote no. Costales, Gates, Har, Holt, Capella, Dale Kobayashi, Kong, McKelvey, Todd, and Tokioka.
Representative Matsumoto,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On HB 1570, HD1 ST2, Representatives Matsumoto, McDermott, and Okimoto vote no.
okay, members have all votes been cast. Representative Takumi,
I voted no on 1570. Thank you.
so ordered. Representative Ganadin,
I believe I registered a no vote as well, Speaker.
so ordered. Further discussion? If not, said measures pass final reading. Members, we're on item 7. Are there any announcements? Representative Morikawa,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this momentous day, many, many years ago, our colleague from Hilo was born. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to the Labor and Tourism Chair. Thank you.
Representative Ward,
Thank you, Speaker. This announcement is a friendly reminder, and as we know, the war in Ukraine rages on, and I know we've been preoccupied with preparing for today and all the speeches that have to be made. I just have a friendly reminder, we are extending the deadline to sign the commendation for President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people for the bravery and the stand that they're taking. And I know eventually they will have refugees on our shore, Mr. Speaker, and when they do, we can meet them and say, you know, we sent you a commendation for the brave stand that you've taken. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage everybody to have a vote of empathy by signing on and just letting them know that we're with them, even though we are far, far away. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Branco.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request a moment of silence. We received news that Secretary Norman Mineta passed away earlier today. So Secretary Mineta was a true patriot, a statesman, and you know, we look around here and we look how diverse our legislature is. But for him, being the first Japanese American from the 48 contiguous continental United States, he trailblazed for many of us to come into elected office, especially for us from the AA and HPI community. And also to recognize in his legacy that he not only served in Republican and Democratic administrations. So I just would request a moment of silence for this true statesman and patriot. Mahalo.
Okay, we'll observe a moment of silence at the appropriate time. Are there further announcements, members? If not, for the motion to adjourn, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday.
Representative Matsumoto.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday. Members, could you please rise for a moment of silence in honor of Congressman Norman Mineta. All right, thank you, members.